And we are live. Hi, Howard. Spend some time letting some people catch in because we will start proper at noon exactly. Gives us 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll time that right now. Only got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Alright. Hello, Blood Wolf. Good. All right. I don't know which neighbor of mine is mowing their yard today, but it must be someone one street over. Unless it's my neighbor directly across from me. Either way, shouldn't be a problem. Remember, guys, this is indeed a VSChat. Y'all know what to do. Gather into casual colored babes. How's everyone doing today? It's now 3. 30 more seconds. Hope you guys are doing well. I am doing fine. Got up, did a bunch of shit, did my stretches, apparently drank all my shit. It is exactly 12, mighty crows. Let the cockcasty begin. Where is it? There it is. All right. Playing some Heart of Iron 4. All right, boys. Let's get this work. Let's get some tough acting reacting. Last time on Power Rangers Time Force, we were watching Jubilee. And Jubilee clapped my little fucking cheeks. Walked straight up behind me. Like Big Dick Randy and said, you ain't reacting hard enough. Yes, kid. You gonna react harder, huh? Yes. You're gonna do at least reacts, are you, Carl? And so, we began reacting. Reacting hard. We had a crossover from the audience of Uzulu. They may be coming over again as well. So we got to a point where we're reacting hard, but through the fusion of the heat, only I can tell you when to come. Through the combination of the heat in my fucking house and the exhaustion from tossing and turning because I kept rolling over and my wife's arm wasn't there, I said that we would reconvene today for this lie here versus chat. And now that it is past noon, that is what we are going to do to continue the conversation. For those of you who are unfamiliar how we run versus chats, inside the Discord server, we have a section called Cause Casual Colored Memes, which is also the bottom floor and foundation of the server. Inside of CCM1, you can currently find me, and you can be able to join into the voice call, so you can be able to add in and join in on the reaction. If you do not want to, you do not have to. However, I would respect that if you are going to join the call, be mindful of the fact that we are making content. Try not to side voice, try not to go off topic, and try not to distract from the work being done. With that being said, let us resume from where we were before. I even put down the timestamp of where we were before, so that we can continue from here. And now, let us continue and get into the mind of Myron Gaines, who, in my opinion, quite literally was brought into this particular piece of content to be a content move. I do believe from Jubilee that they know exactly who Myron Gaines is, and they brought him into the conversation specifically to pump him for content. And whether he knew he was coming in to be a part of content so that he could get pumped for content, or if he's trying to do the pumping himself, be it as it may. We're gonna see what the fuck happens. You don't know if you can contribute anything useful to the conversation. Sometimes you doubt yourself, John. Not gonna make you do anything, but you doubt yourself sometimes. By a lot. Anyways, Myron! Looking like he's about to square off with this man. I want you guys to look at his eyes. Look at Myron's eyes. Look at how he looks at Tevin. Also, I think I remember where I saw this person from. Give me 1 second. Tevin. BBW model. Yes! Okay. I know who this man is. This man right here, the one in the green to the left, this is Fat Chuck Bass, also known as Tevin Milo Evans. He is a plus-sized model. So, he is a plus-sized model that was specifically brought in to be a part of this discussion because he is the direct opposite of Myron. He's basically he's the same as the other very tall, big and handy man in the back. I forgot his name. He is a model in the same industry that he is in. So they brought in 2 models, and then I guess 2 regular niggas to represent the plus size, the fat side. And they brought in Myron, and another person who's on here who was a part of this. I know because it was on my front page. Let me see if I can find it on my front page. Hopefully it has it here. Yes, they brought in him and another guy by the name of Tyler Path. Tyler Path is this Asian right here in the black, directly to the right of Myron. That guy right there. As you can see here, from the cover of the screen cap on my thing. I can't even open my screen cap. Where is it? Let me open it. Let me in. I have to take a copy like this. Put it here. Do this. Upload image. Give me this copy. Open this copy here. This guy, because he has his own video that's starting like that's picking up traction and going viral from this conversation. They basically seeded the field for this discussion with two regular niggas. They might be influencers in their own right. I don't know. Two regular niggas plus two either activists or actors involved in their field to square off against them in a 4-on-4. It's great that I do my research. Because they wanted to have this particular situation be fiery. They brought in Myron as a content plant, for sure. But they also brought in Tevin as well, to be a content plant as well. What I'm saying is they specifically brought them in to be animosity, to have animus and animosity with each other. I don't think that was a good idea. But it's Jubilee. It's their content. They can do what they want. I'm just calling out the fact that I think that was inherently bad. Because if what you want to do is to have a conversation for the middle ground, you definitely shouldn't do that. But, anyways, let's continue. Starting from 25-24.
Like, there's a misconception because there are those people that they use it to justify fatness and just, I don't even want to say fatness. I want to make it very clear, unhealthiness. Because there's someone like me who, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because...
Kind of splitting hairs. Body diversity versus body positivity. That just looks wrong to me how it's spelled. Okay. I don't champion body positivity. That's why it looks wrong. It's missing a T. I don't promote body positivity. I promote body diversity. I promote a diversity of bodies over a diversity of positivity about those bodies. I want to see more hot, big black bodies than seeing people justifying, quote, the unhealthiness of big black bodies existing without criticism. I want to see more people being proud about their bodies, not people being proud in their unhealthiness. Would we say that's a fair summation of his position or not? In my opinion, I would say that is. I can understand. I can see it. Because for him, because he is a body model, people are going to use him as an effigy. They're going to take him and say, look, he's fat and he's big and he's black and he's proud. Who are you to tell him what to do? And him could say, I don't really fuck that. I mean, like, yeah, I love who I am, bitch. I'm beautiful. But, bitch, you about to suffer from fucking cataracts. You got type 2 diabetes. You got type 2 diabetes. Should you really be using me to justify your unhealthiness? I can see that. That's a fair position. And it's actually a unique position to have, because since he is a model, he will always be used as that effigy. Because what do we hire a model for? We hire them to be a standard to look towards, to say, hey, that's something that you should be, or rather something you could be. The way that some people see it, they see them as someone that you should be. You point to somebody like me, you say, you should be that SinglePlayerCarl. Versus, you can be whatever you want to be, but you could be like Carl. Very different message. The way that Myron behaves, he points at Tevin and says, look at this fat, slovenly motherfucker. This is unhealthy. You want to be that? Meanwhile, I can look at Myron, I can be like, look at this hateful ass, look at this hating ass nigga. Look at him. Look at how mad he is. You want to be that hateful? And that's the opposite. To the contrary, versus the positive to the exemplary. We want to exemplify a standard. That's why we put the clothes on the mannequin. So that you can look at the clothes and say, that could be you. But the way that the way that Jubilee brought both of them in Tevin's coming for a conversation saying, I ain't gotta be the mannequin. But what I really hate is y'all motherfuckers put me up here on this position, and then you say, because he's here, you should still be okay with what you do. And I don't like that. And Myron's here to say, look at this motherfucker. Look at how they put these motherfuckers up here like mannequins. Look at all these unhealthy Negroes. You want to be like them? Because you ain't gonna get no bitches being like them. You should be like me. But you're not up there on the stage as a mannequin. You should be like me. It's a much different message. And I like that he's being respectful about how he's approaching it. Because he's making it very clear that he's not approaching as an activist who wants to smoke. He's approaching it as an intelligent man that's hearing the counter-narrative. He's hearing the counter-argument from Myron. And he hears how he characterizes the situation. And he rejects the narrative that he presents. Not because he's trying to get his own agenda out. He doesn't care about the agenda. He just wants niggas to live. He wants to see big black hot bodies existing happily instead of big black hot body bags getting zipped up with big black hot bodies in them. I think that's fair. Or there's someone who's modeling a product like underwear. Realistically, if you're going to have a person doing underwear modeling, having a person doing an underwear model does the exact same concept, because that's even worse. That's more intimacy. That guy, while he models, he's modeling for clothes. Although he also has done some swimsuit models. But that be that as it may, I digress. The intimacy angle of underwear is even worse, which is why it's so prolific and damaging for the image of women. Because women are told, with the example I just gave about the mannequins, you put a mannequin up there on a stage, look at all these beautiful women. You see this woman? This is what men will like. This is what men want. Versus, women, you see that body model in Torrid? Your husband could be ripping that off you tonight. It's different. Because perception and social conditioning. Because people don't see it as an exemplar. They don't see it as a standard that rises above the standard. They see it as the standard. So, to the mind of a person seeing that, which the answer to that is stop letting these kids see it and stop letting them do this to themselves. They see that example, and they say to themselves, this isn't the exemplar, this is the standard, and you don't need it. Different conversation, different situation, different argument, different standard. So, on that edge, I would then ask, why do the people do that? But of course the answer is obvious, because society told them. But who is society? Men and women collectively together? Now let's hear how they go about it.
Because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff.
That was an interesting take. Say it again, sir.
Was just like, well, body, is doing within their journey. When I expressed being body diversity, someone like me who I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because
I champion body diversity. I champion body diversity amongst people who are on their journey.
Because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I
champion body diversity amongst people who are on their journey. It is all encompassing. And then the next thing you said,
expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them.
When I expressed my desire to lose weight, another fat motherfucker, another heavyset content creator expressed a refusal, A, not and is for anything that begins with a proper letter, to share my content because they thought my weight loss journey would be triggering. Damn, Carl, what a call. So, he very much is not in the position of acting like an activist. Because if he was an activist, he would not express this in this way. Now, of course, he could be lying, but it remains to be seen. When I expressed my desire to lose weight, another heavyset content creator expressed a refusal to share my content because they thought my weight loss journey would be triggering to their followers. He is willing to take the L on popularity to say something that is necessary and true. And it all comes down to how he views this problem. Rather than pushing for body positivity and telling people you should never be negative, you can never say anything wrong, you can never make people feel different, he instead champions body diversity. By having body diversity, he makes it clear that he doesn't necessarily come down and saying one is wrong and one is correct, but he does say that I want to see a diverse set of them, because obviously everybody's body ain't going to look the same. You can't have everybody be skinny bitches. You can't have everybody be fat bitches. Everybody gets to be what they want to be. If I want to be svelte, I can be svelte. If I want to be fat, I shouldn't be, but I can be fat. If I want to become ripped over the next 6 months, I can become ripped over the next 6 months. But it doesn't create the position of animosity in which Myron is taking, because Myron is doing the opposite. He's championing for body homogeny. Everybody shouldn't be fat. You should be disgusted by yourself, etc.
Stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem. Because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me, or people who have been othered in any capacity in general, is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters. And so body diversity is important.
All bodies are,
for a guy like you, or a guy.
All bodies are good bodies. What we do with our bodies is what matters. I agree with that. To a point, of course. The caveat being that you can't be so bad with your body that when you're told what's happening to you is unhealthy, you refuse to make a change, and you live in unhealthiness that eventually kills you. I think that's a good quote. Because you could replace bodies with any other thing. And you could possibly keep the statement same. So you could change out bodies with guns. All guns are good guns, but what you do with the gun is what matters. All donuts are good donuts, but what you do with the donut is what matters. All games are good games, but what you do with it is what matters. Or how you make it is what matters. You can change the base level logic from changing the subject matter being discussed, and you can still arrive at a good position and a good argument. It's really hard to argue against because you have to go out of your way to try and pervert it. Now, it wouldn't take much to pervert it, but it's really hard to argue against what he's saying. Let's see how Myron reacts. And I want you guys to pay attention to how Myron behaves here. Look at this man! Look at him! Eyes locked on, devious hand twirling. This motherfucker is saying, I hate you, through eyes alone! He's not staring daggers. He's staring rapiers.
Like the two of you might suffer from body dysmorphia, and that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are, and so you're seeking unhealthy habits to achieve a goal. To get where you want to go, like you just got to give it time. Be healthy in it, in all aspects, like mentally, physically. You've got to find the right avenue to do what it is that you need to do for yourself.
The body positivity movement is a huge science to keep us fatter and stupider. It's all.
The body positivity movement is a psyop. I'm gonna start putting down when Myron Gaines says some stupid ass shit. The body positivity movement. Body positivity movement is a psyop to keep us fatter and stupider. I'm honestly baffled. And what's worse is I can see the dad brought in the back, and he's fucking cackling! Now, I have to give it to both these black men. They have to hear this delusion, and he's wearing the dreads with the fucking bonnet stocking. And they both staring at him, and they're baffled and dumbfounded too. Because it's such a fucking joke! He's such a fucking buffoon for saying this! Oh my god! You should see some of the fat activist weirdos who flip the fuck out before and after the photos of the clients. I know trainers who have been doxxed over that. I saw that last night. I saw that! I saw it, Wheezy! I saw it! It's the point where somebody gets to a state of by being nice about their weight is actually doing them harm. True. Because you'd never want to tell a person, excuse me, Mr. Robinson, you have type 2 diabetes and we're going to need to amputate your leg, but you look so powerful. You never want to do that. Certainly that would never happen, but it feels like it does. Because there are people who have lost their jobs or have been threatened to lose their jobs because they have the audacity to say reality. Excuse me, Carl, you have a snake on your head. No, I don't. That's my friend. Your friend is biting you in your scalp. My friend! Slap! It's the sound effect of fucking Link dying in Link the Bass. However, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking, but good on the two of you for not just quitting this shit.
Scam. The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have more health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on us being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So let's go ahead and make our people fat as hell, get them in the hospital, get them on medication, continue to make money, etc. It's all big silence.
So you believe it's all intentional?
Yes, we promote mediocrity.
I feel like
We promote mediocrity. We promote mediocrity. We promote mediocrity, comma, it's all a sham to farm you for money.
it's a subset. Yes, I'm sitting here because I do think that there is a part of it that is problematic. But I think that the problematic part of it is a subset of people that use it as a tool to weaponize whatever it is that they're doing.
I think the whole movement is a problem. Body positivity movement in general is a problem. All of it.
So you shouldn't feel positive even about your own. Like for you, it's for instance.
Well,
like,
I think you haven't earned. Here's the thing: being happy and content with yourself, it's not given; it's earned. You have to.
Being happy about yourself and being content with yourself is not given, it's earned. Now, I put that into subquotes because you don't need to insert any other word in that statement in order to finish the sentence. Being about yourself is not given, it's earned. Your inherent self of self is not given to you, it is earned. I don't agree with that. I don't need to earn the right to be myself. I'm just myself. As I sit to you, as I live and breathe, I don't need someone's permission, not even my own, to be authentically Carl. Coming soon to a beauty parlor near you. I don't have to do that. No one has to do that. No one needs to be given license to be themselves. Except in settings where they have to be a version of themselves that can operate in the environment. There are times where you have to be a version of a person that is not allowed to function in the society or in the situation in which you are in, where someone inside the situation who you trust can give you the freedom and license to do so. But usually in the context of situations like that, what does that usually apply to, chat? That applies to situations where you are being told to bite your tongue. When it comes to your weight, I can very much believe that there are people that believe they need to be given the permission to exist. They have to be given the permission to simply breast boobedly and just be women around a space of men. And every so often, a man has to give that woman license to go off. Go off. But we don't let them do it all the time. It should not be that, how did they describe it earlier? That women should be treated like men with breasts. They should be treated like women. Not because they're delicate, but because they are a different half of the societal whole. You give them the respect to understand that they're standing in a room full of people that may try to use their gender to intimidate them. And as somebody who trusts them, you tell them, listen, Abby, it's fine. Go off on them. And you let them give them effectively a piece of their mind. Proper time, proper place. And yeah, it is a long-winded way for him to say that he needs others to validate him. But I think that the statement itself in this situation is wrong. Because I don't need someone to give me license to feel better about my weight or to feel better about my health. I can either accept the fact that I am what I am, or I can say, oh no, I know I can do better, but I'm happy and content with where I am. But I know I can do better. Because knowing that you can do better gives you the opportunity to do something about it in the correct mindset. You don't say to yourself, I must lose 30 pounds of weight, otherwise I cannot be able to view myself. Especially if you're not a person who isn't like Myron. Myron has to exist in this way where he uses his own viewpoint as a self-fulfilling philosophy that then informs his ability to do work. I, Myron Games, am this hyper-fit, hyper-ready, hypersexual man. Women ain't gonna pull with bitches and niggas like you because you are so fucking ugly and so fat that you can't pull bitches, but I can. You wanna keep a woman loyal? You gotta do what I say. If somebody pokes a hole in his own argument and says, hey, you skinny compared to these men, he can say, yeah, but I'm the baseline. You need to be like me. I'm the standard. These men might be the exemplar, but I'm the standard. Damn, crazy how we came back around to that again. This cope that he said that to him, as he's challenging him on his opinion, tells me that Myron is fighting a battle that he's alone in on. Nobody else is on Myron's side here. It is him versus these people.
To go out there, work, and then you're gonna feel that satisfaction, like I earned that. That's
So
what's
at
good.
what point do you earn it, though?
When you can look back in the mirror and actually, genuinely, not coping, respect the man that you see before you. And the reality is, people are gonna realize that you're gonna need to achieve a certain physique because you have all these people. I love my body. No, you don't. It's a lie, dude. You're just coping. You're lying to yourself. And now all these people on Instagram and TikTok.
Everyone's coping. You need to earn the right to be pleased with yourself. Everyone's coping when they look in the mirror. You need to be actually happy with what you see about yourself.
With the body positivity moving around themselves. They're not happy where they want to be. They just accept that because they're too lazy to make a change.
No, but I genuinely do love my body.
Right now as you are?
Yeah.
Oh.
They don't accept that. They're just too lazy to make a change.
Why are you going
And I'll
to
explain to
then why are you
you.
going
I will explain it to you. I love everything that my body is capable of doing. I love the fact that at my size, I can do a lot of things that other people smaller than me still cannot do.
But you want to lose weight, though.
And yeah, right.
Which is good.
I want to lose weight because I love my body, but I have one body. Why would I not love it? And because I love my
But
body, is why
understanding
I'm
your body
looking
now
to
needs
make
to
changes,
change. Yeah,
right?
make changes.
But to say that loving your body is BS, no, you make changes, you make healthy changes to yourself because you love yourself. All of that time that I'm putting in, the work, the money that I'm spending, that's a labor of love because I love myself enough to know that I want to make some changes to live a better lifestyle in the sense of I can just do a little bit more.
All right, let's bring in our...
Correct. So, Tevin is arguing the position of a long-known statement. My body is a temple. It is how I worship myself. Now, most people have heard this in the context of your body is a temple and it's meant for God, but we're going to be secular here. Your body is a temple. That's how you worship yourself. Accidentally closed my fucking nut app. Ha ha. Ew. I'm gonna make this slightly bigger. I'm gonna drag this over here. Make that slightly bigger. I'm not intentionally trying to drag the chat over, drag the thing over the chat. It just needs to be in different sides of the window because it's hard to see otherwise. My body is a temple. It is how I worship myself. What Tevin just argued is Myron sees people saying, your house, your room, everything you have here, everything that's in here, let's say this entire bedroom of mine is my temple. If we match Myron's argument and the energy of his argument, here's what Myron's saying. Carl, you fucking hate yourself. You hate yourself, nigga. Look at what you living, nigga. Look at your room. You think you're doing better, nigga? You got holes in your wall. You ain't repairing nothing. The floor's still fucked up. The parquet's still here. Nigga, you need to make yourself better, nigga. You need to be like me, nigga. You need to be better like me, nigga. Dude, you're horrible. Look at how you fucking ruined this fucking room. This place in the temple. It's a desecrated altar, nigga. You need to get better like this, nigga. What's wrong with you, nigga? Huh? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And Tevin is instead saying to that, this is my space. I love this. This is everything I have. This is mine. But I don't do these things for people like you. I do it for me. I want this to be better. Like, I'm happy with how it is now. I know it can be better, and I'm making those steps to do it. There are things that I have to do and that I wait on, that I work on, that it has to be done, and I don't have to feel bad about this. I don't know why you thought you could shame me about that. I love myself. I'm capable of accepting these things as they are, and I think you're going for something that isn't there. I don't know why you would do that. That seems silly. That seems dumb. That seems delusional. Maybe we should not do that on that level and just accept that this is what it is, and you can't shame me about that. But you feel shame, right? You're doing work, right? It's a constant need to try and one up. This need of Myron's to one up every single thing that he's challenged on. It makes him look desperate for a freak out or a reaction. And it's so fucking comical that everyone's laughing at him. Even the guys that abstained from the argument of the body positivity movement being problematic, they don't see it as a problematization, but they're definitely going to have words for Myron and his actions at some point. I don't know if it's going to come through, because no one's really called him on it yet outside of Tevin. Because he's been targeting the blacks more than he's been targeting the Mexican and the white man. But let's see what happens.
Disagreeers?
So it's not a single problem.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's not a single problem. To me, body positivity is more about bodily autonomy. Like you were mentioning wanting to leave.
Body positivity is about bodily autonomy. These are quick. I don't know how everybody else feels, but personally hate your body and everything about your existence. You're fat, you got a receding hairline, and a face like a toad with downs. But you have positive qualities though, John. Basically, Myron's position is that you should take all the negative things that you're upset about, and you should use that as ammunition to destroy your temple and then rebuild it. I'm telling you, and Tevin is telling you, yeah, your temple could use some work, but you ain't gotta break the bitch down to build it back up again. You don't need to go through a selfish ego death. destroy everything about yourself and remake yourself in a new image, you can just renovate the bitch. Old floors. Replace the floors. Make it a gradual change, a little at a time. It doesn't need to be immediate. And that really is the crux point about all of this. When it comes to life changes and lifestyle choices, you can't do any of that shit immediately. You can't make a single lifestyle choice immediately. You can't decide, oh, I'm gonna go on a jog today. I'm gonna be fat. I'm gonna lose 5 weight right now. It doesn't work like that. You're the body mechanics, and you can... Weezy, help me here. You're a licensed professional. I'm this nigga who went through the changes. The body mechanics of your body will not let you immediately lose weight. Healthy weight loss has to be a gradual change over time. It is a gradient. You go from teal, and you work your way down to a muter level of turquoise. If you make it black and white, you're going to miss the shades of gray that you need to move for. And then you're going to end up with a turkey neck and a head that looks like a thing from The Thing. Anybody who's familiar with the 600-pound sisters? The one that wanted to have a baby and the other one that wanted to find a man? You seen any pictures of her recently after she lost a whole bunch of weight all at once? That long garble of the turkey neck? And then her head swinging from to and fro like it was The Thing after that one guy got eaten? The one with the chest cavity that opens up? That's what happens when you make everything immediate. That's what happens when you do unhealthy liposuction that doesn't take place with the natural shifts. Your entire body is an organism. If you were to put this in the context of the statement, your temple is a living organism. So if you make gradual changes that happen immediately, one after another, you try to force the changes of what's supposed to happen over a year in a week, you're going to destroy yourself. You will physically destroy yourself. Jack says facts. Do you? Do you have any positive qualities? You can't really tell. You can't tell who you really are. You put on so many accent faces, you forgot the man beneath the mask. Then take the mask off, nigga! Take the mask off! Take it off. See the sunshine. Let the sun shine in. Let the sun shine in. We don't wear masks over here in the Carl household. Only hats. In fact, where are my hats? Yeah. They're in the closet. Over here in Carl and Company, we don't wear masks. Just hats. This one's gonna be harder because of my afro. Just hats. We wear different hats around here. Why? Because hats are good. Hats are nice. Found one of my work gloves. Hats. Hats. There's another one. My newsy cap that I bought that I barely get chances to wear to go out. Hats. We wear hats around here. We don't wear no masks. A mask implies either shame, deception, or deceit. I don't need none of that shit. Hats. And occasional visors, because this shit's not fitting over my fucking flop of hair. Blah. Ah. I can't find my dungaree hat. No, I saw it. Found it. This one's the one that goes on the front. And then you wear it with the strap on your chin. Like such. Hats. Hats. Wear hats. When it comes to body positivity and your health of your body, you need to not treat it like it is a mask. When it comes to your personality, you certainly shouldn't treat it like a mask. Because you can't mask your body. Not really. You could put on a bodysuit. You could put on a body stocking. You could use anything for body shaping. But you just got to take them off. You say it's a Russian Matryoshka doll. I'm pretty sure I butchered that. A Matryoshka doll with infinite layers. You just gotta take all the layers off, one by one. I mean, even when it comes to like masking yourself or whatever the other word is that people use to do autism, because I'm pretty sure it's also masking. You just have to take them all off. What do I mean by body as a mask? There are people that use their weight as a mask for their personality, and then use that mask of their personality to be a representation of themselves. Body activists do this all the time. They wear their body, their fatness, their weight, as a second skin that they layer on top of their personality up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. They wear their weight like a personality. And instead of accepting... Also, Peon, you can just come into the chat and just ask me this question. It's a versus chat. They wear their personality as a defense mechanism. They wear their body as a mask. And they use that mask of their body to justify their reaction to everything, instead of simply existing in the moment and being who they are. They're usually the people that are expected and are talked about the person who usually talks about other people in the third, second, and first person, as though by talking to them, anything you say to them isn't a slight on their being. They overreact to everything. They see everything as a threat that they have to react to. It's a very common thing to happen, especially amongst activists, because the activist is acting on the precipice of justifying their existence, so they don't have to argue for themselves in absolution. They argue against their own obsolescence so that they can justify being their size and earning money from it. But for somebody like myself who don't give a damn if I'm fat, skinny, thick, svelte, or hot twink, I don't have to do that, but they do. So those people use that as a mask. Now, I'm not saying that's what John's doing, but I am telling John that he just takes the mask off. To which that he said, what do I do if I don't like the person I see underneath all the layers? Then you change who you are at the fundamental level as a person. Everyone is capable of change. Change for the negative, change for the positive. If you don't like who you are underneath the mask, you change who you are. The mask is going to stay the same. You won't. Bars. And, to read up with Wheezy, you have to break down the series of choices and habits you've accumulated and fall back on every day to see what you need to rework to better serve your health goals. It takes months with most people. For most people who are doing it without any understanding and logic, it takes years. And, because you're here, Wheezy, I'm going to scroll back up. I made a list of the things that a person needs for weight loss based with the opinions of the chat. Can you evaluate these 6 things and tell me how true these are? Knowledge, healthier food, equipment, proper guidance, which is a good coaching, removing the stress reactants, and professional assessment and review. Just give me your opinion anytime after you study all those. You can take a moment, you can take a screen cap in case you need to look at it so that I can scroll back down the thing. In other words, trying to make a surface-level characteristic to personality turning into a caricature is likely. Yes, correct. In many cases, the caricature isn't the person. The person is the caricature. Those sound about right? Okay, good. We, chat, are as smart as a health nutrition. And a fitness health. But yeah, they treat the personality like it is supposed to be a layer of themselves, but they rely on it like a crutch, to the point where the mask can't come off anymore. The mask becomes their personality. They might pretend that it isn't, but it is. So when you deal with those kinds of people that treat it like that, I believe Tevin is not that. Because if Tevin was supposed to be a stereotypical example of an activist who's getting triggered, the mask would be about protecting fatness rather than protecting his health about his weight and how comfortable he is with it. Whereas for Myron is wearing a mask. He's been wearing that mask for so long, that shit can't come off. He looks like he's a robot repeating a script, and he's broken because he can't change his argument as he's saying it. So when somebody contradicts him and pushes back against what he says, the big man's name is Zach. He doesn't have a defense for what he's saying because it only makes sense if you don't address the logic behind it. Because you address the logic underneath it and you assess it and you break it down, it's clear that it's bullshit.
Wait, my whole thing is like, yeah, it's your body, do whatever you want with it. I don't think I, as a human being, have a right to tell any of you what to do with your bodies. Body positivity kind of comes in and goes, okay, you as a human being have inherent value. Just in the fact that you are a conscious soul on this planet, you have an inherent value. You are within a vessel of your body that you do have control over, but at the same time, you're not less valuable to society or from the standpoint of the soul for what your body looks like. When I'm speaking about body positivity, I'm talking about the overall.
Okay, that's kind of a fair opinion. Body positivity, forgot the T again. Is about body autonomy. No intrinsic value. Over someone else. No demands made of the self or others. Oh, this is stupid ass shit Myron's about to say.
Acceptance and encouragement of being obese. So I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever.
Lizzo.
Oh, there's a bunch, dude. She loves her. I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever.
Lizzo.
Oh, there's a bunch, dude. She loves her.
Lizzo is mentioned. Nicolo Avocado is mentioned.
Avocado. No, there's a big difference.
Actively promoting obesity.
She's not telling anyone to get fat.
She's showing you exactly how to do it and saying, look at my body as I love and rub it and give it life.
I would like them to cook, but if I let them cook, Jubilee might strike the stream again. But I would say bullshit. If that guy, as a body actor, because that one is the big and tall body actor, or body model, if that model has no understanding that that's something that's being said, I would say he's woefully uninformed on the subject matter. Because Lizzo is always out there, overtly fucking glazing her body and her talents. Now, that's not to say that Lizzo doesn't have talent. She's at least a talented musician. She's an instrumentalist. She can play the fucking flute. Whether she should have been playing the flute in a glitter leotard and is putting her spittle all over George Washington's crystal flute, or whoever the flute belonged to, remains to be seen. But the fact of the matter is, she absolutely is a case example of somebody who's using body positivity as a way to silence other people and using her star power as a way to gag them from whatever argument that could be made about it. She definitely does it. And so does Nicolo Avocado. We all remember and see and have the pictures of Nicolo being a small little gay twink and then blowing up like a fucking balloon. We've all seen it. We all know it. We've all seen it. We all know it.
And she's like joking around.
And also, see, here's the thing: there's a bunch of fat influencers that push this body positivity situation, and a bunch of them are dead now. No one talks about that. That didn't hit mainstream news.
So I'm in that space. Yeah, which influencers are you talking about?
I don't recall their names, but there's a couple that passed away.
There's a couple of them that passed away. They're YouTubers. Now, he hasn't said anything stupid here. It's just the arguments that he's making with them. This is not helped by the other person on the fit side who is overly sensationalizing the quote disgust factor of Lizzo. However, there are fat activists who have died. Ones that were YouTubers, some that were just particularly political agitators. They have died. I've made and posted memes myself of the situations in which they were involved in. The fact of the matter is, he is uninformed. The guy is uninformed. However, it does not mean that what he's saying is wrong. It just means that he's woefully uninformed of what's happening in the field. James Madison Crystal Fruit. Possibly.
They used to do these mukbangs where they eat a bunch of food on camera.
That's totally different. They're not a part of our community. That's
Okay, so the fat side rejects the idea of glazing the mukbangs. They wholly reject it. They're not a part of the community.
completely different thing. We're not saying we're gonna go to a restaurant and pig out just because it's entertaining or anything like that. There are people that they're called gainers, that their whole lifestyle, their fetish and things like that revolves around gaining weight.
Yeah, and I understand that you're saying that that's not a component to the body positivity movement, but you gotta understand for the general.
He's not even listening to him. Myron's not even listening to him. That's how great. Okay. However, 7 demonstrates that they are not defending them. The people who are playing on the extremes for attention and for clout, that make money from being gainers, to gain it as a part of the fetish, they are not a part of what they're defending. So this means that there are indeed people who can unlink the idea of weight and the extremes and defending the extremes, which then erodes the sides and the middles so that the idea in its core can be attacked. They are against that. They do not want that. They reject that wholesale. That is good. That means there is hope yet for the argument. However, let's see what happens between him and Myron.
Masses, they're watching that, they're going to attribute it to that. They're not in the niche, they're not a creator, so they're not looking at like, no, this person's just a gluttonous person. No, they look at everyone who's obese, that's making content about being obese and continuing that lifestyle as part of the body
But they're
positivity
not making content about being obese. They're making content about overeating.
Yes, and
Okay. Myron Gaines. People do not look at the situation or the arguments and identify who is and isn't involved. They look at everything and everyone, let's go everything, in totality, and say, lol, kek, amau. Is that fair, though? Is that a fair assessment, though, to put on to them in this argument to explain how that isn't against anything? I wouldn't, because they're obviously interrupting him and filibustering for him, because it is obvious. Obviously, people do that, but that does not mean that is the justification for it. Every single one of those individuals will weigh over 400 pounds in each case. True. So they're telling him, we don't identify with that, we don't defend that, we don't stand that. And Myron says back, but people don't care about that. They don't care that there's a difference between these things. They look at every single one of you in totality and say, oh my god, wow, I can't believe they defend that. I don't think that's a fair assessment, sir.
Which is also an eating disorder.
Yeah, and they also encourage being fat as well.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity, just flat out?
And there's the sizzle.
Yes. So just us existing, we're saying,
Yes.
yay, everyone go gain weight?
It absolutely impacts other people to think, well, think of it, you're 6'6", you're looking at your mono.
Okay, we have arrived back again at the mannequin argument. I have forgotten his name. We're going to call him Mr. Swole, and we're going to call him Mr. Swole Italian. Swole Italian has once again made the mannequin exemplar argument that I laid out earlier. By you existing here right now in this argument, you represent a mannequin that tells people that it is okay to be you. Rather than the extrapolation that you are an exemplar, which does not just mean superior, you're an extrapolation. You are a export. You are a separate, anomalous existence. That because you exist, people will say, okay, no, it's fine to be like this. There's somebody else out there that looks like that. Because he looks like this, you should look like a hand beast. Obviously, on the face of it, that's dumb. That's not an argument. It's silly. If he knows it looks silly or not, doesn't matter. That is silly. But the worst part is that that is indeed how people think. That's dumb. I'm so sorry. That's dumb. That's stupid. Don't do that. That's dumb. Blue shirt is Greg Duchette. He's a fitness influencer and kind of a hack. I could tell. I could tell you it's kind of a hack. Because that shit doesn't make sense when you say it. What do you mean by you being here? It's going to give people the licensing excuse. In every situation that it happens, a person's going to be like, yeah, that's them, but this is you. You shouldn't do that. And of course, that's just fighting shadows. He's trying to argue against something that doesn't exist in front of him yet, but he would have to fight down the line somewhere else. You, sir, might not be a Gorgon, but there's a Gorgon out in the world, and you're going to make it seem like it's okay for people to know that Gorgons exist. And then what's going to happen when they grow up on a Gorgon and she goes, ah! And now and now your son's a statue. What you gonna do then? Against things that are a correct threat, you should do that. You, sir, are a gangster. So by you making gangs look cool, other people are not going to treat gangs with the proper threat. So when somebody spins the block on your son and shoots everybody up and now everyone's dead, you're going to say, it's okay, though, because I'm a good thug. Sensible. Obviously also dumb. But unfortunately, it's a position that exists inside the black community. Black community. Because there are people who have made entire life savings, who have made careers off of glazing violence. But they have armed guards. But your son ain't got armed guards. And now he's dead in the street. Because he thought it was cool to be a thug. Because he watched Snowfall. It's an argument that doesn't really hold water in the way that you would like it to. Because the problem, at the end of the day, is that when you say this, with the temerity in which VSChat said it, it's really unfortunate his name is VSChat, because it's just easy way to say fucking Greg douche. When VSChat makes this argument, on the face of it, it's obvious. You're saying that by me existing, I'm justifying somebody else to be a fucking handbeast? What? But I understand the logic behind it. It's unacceptable and it's stupid, but I understand the logic behind his position.
But I'm going to encourage other people to, well, hey, look at him. He's
So then what about when I go to the gym? When I step into the gym, or when Zach steps into the gym, or when any of us step into the gym, are we promoting being bigger like that too? Are we
Great argument!
going there, and is our presence there unwanted?
By being famous, rich, popular, and being obese, you're indirectly promoting it in the same way that people...
You're indirectly promoting it by being famous, rich, and popular. Okay. By being black, nappy, exuberant, and a joyful personality, I'm promoting that people should be joyful, exuberant, loud personalities? Obviously, the answer would be yes, but then I would then counter by saying, but what's the problem in that? His counter-argument's really good. If we go into the gym and we work out, are we promoting fitness? Is our presence unwanted? I can't tell presence. Are we damaging your movement? That's a really great argument. Let's see how they respond.
When I step into the gym, or when Zach steps into the gym, or when any of us step into the gym, are we promoting being bigger like that too? Are we going there, and is our presence there unwanted?
By being famous, rich, popular, and being obese, you're indirectly promoting it in the same way that people who take steroids and are 350 pounds of muscle in Miss Olympia are indirectly promoting it even if they don't say they're taking it.
But I'm speaking more specifically in the gym, in that space where people should be coming to gym.
VSChat tries to go to stage performances and competitions. Tevin keeps it to basic level, bro, I go gym. He's pulling on arguments that don't exist in the argument that he's being presented. He keeps going to other places instead of just talking about what exists. So VSChat's completely cooked on this.
To work on their bodies and stuff like that. If you saw us in the gym,
I would be happy and proud and excited, and my whole channel is about helping people who are overweight to lose weight and have realistic expectations. I would never say you have to look like this, you need abs. It's just, let's go halfway there. That's my entire channel, of which I have over 2 million followers. It's all about real...
Mentioning follower numbers like I give a shit. I want you to meet me halfway. I think that's fair. We go to the gym and work out. Are we promoting fitness? Is our presence unwanted? Or are we damaging your movement? No, I'd be proud. I want you to meet me halfway. Weezy, would you say that's a fair position to have? That it's okay to meet people halfway and say, look, you come to the gym, you put in the work, and I respect you. I think you wouldn't disagree with that. But I think you would also have something to add on top of that. If you have something you'd like to add on top of that, go ahead. Because I'm assuming you're at work, so you can't jump into a microphone. I'll give you some time to speak. Absolutely. It's literally how you approach clients. Otherwise, it's all or nothing, and that dooms them to failure. True. Would there be anything else that you would add on to a caveat with the coming halfway? If they come to you halfway and they're willing to put in the work, you come with them halfway and you're willing to give them the effort and to show that they try. If they are dispassionate with their results, if they're not seeing an immediate change, is there something that you would say to them? Okay, because people are human, they make mistakes and slip up. Yes. If they were to get discouraged with not getting an immediate result, is there something that you would say to them as a reminder of this is a journey, not a fast trip to the destination to pick up some eggs? Because I would say, in my position as an esports coach, all the time, especially, this is something that haunts me even with my interactions with people in social functions. When I mention something that's a part of my field of work, and we are doing the thing that we are doing that work for. Let's say it's just in the case of video games. I'm in a voice call with 5 other people. Or 5 plus more people. There are 5 people playing a video game like League of Legends. Because I'm an esports coach, and I'm an esports analyst that has over 10, 11, 12 now years of experience with League of Legends. I try to call a play to them that I know functions and works because I'm experienced enough to know that the play works. Another person tells me, I hate when you nitpick. I want them to meet me halfway and understand the reason why I'm passionate in the first place. This is similar in the same way in which a fitness guide tries to get somebody to at least try to push their limits. They're right there on the cusp of a breakthrough, and you want to try to push them to that breakthrough. Not a hard shove, just a little push. You're holding their hand the entire way, telling them just one more set, just one more rep, just one more rep. I can't do it. Yes, you can. Just one more rep, just one more set. I think coming halfway is important, but it also has to come with the caveat that you have to put in maximum effort. In my opinion. You're just supposed to. We use many markers, how your clothes fit, your measurements changing in a better direction, you feeling better, more energy and stamina, lifting more than last month, etc. I agree. Because I would say, with the idea and statement, when you want someone to meet you halfway, they need to give maximum effort. No half measures. No 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They give their all. And there's no hard feelings, especially since it's for their benefit and in their best interest. I'll write down, especially since it's in their best interest. I think this is the biggest thing that I would ask of somebody who uses the logic of, I want you to meet me halfway. When the person hires me as their game coach, and they say, Carl, I have a problem. What's the problem, baby? I can't make this play. Every time I play against this champion, I always lose this matchup. I don't have the ability to win against them. I don't know what to do. Please teach me. Okay, but I'm going to need you to put in maximum effort. Nah, I'm going to put in half measures. Nah, I'm going to go halfway. Nah, I'm going to take the minimalist amount of coach experience from you, and I'm going to pay you the smallest amount of money, and I'm not going to really listen to what you have to say. Then why did you hire me? The way that most people go about fitness is they put in half measures. I would say the start would be figuring out how you want to do it and setting a plan. But the way that most people do it is they get a gym membership, they go to the gym. At least this, I'm speaking right now from my experience going to Planet Fitness, for example. Put up the fucking subscription, you go to the gym, you do your workouts, and then when these motherfuckers bring them bagels and pizzas over, you look at them like, why'd you put this temptation here? What the fuck are you doing? And then people fluctuate on their weight. They don't see any immediate progression. They cancel their membership. They choose not to give a fuck anymore. They let themselves go. I would say, in my experience, when I've had clients that have hired me to make them play better, this has been the case for Negacris. When I'm playing with people like Marcus, Jade Phantasma, in my server, or when I'm in the Gateway with him and Daxima and the other people that are part of his audience and community. When I'm around them, and someone there tries to get onto me for doing the thing that a coach does, I always try to get them to understand, I need to see it from my perspective. You need to come and meet me halfway. And there are people there who have demonstrated, either non-verbally or verbally, that I don't want to listen to anything you have to say. Nah, I don't want to respect you. I just don't like the things you do. And when I ask them, okay, what would you like me to do differently? They don't have anything they want to tell me. Hi, Soupy. Hi. Because it's impossible for me to be able to help them, or to even change something that I'm doing or saying and how I'm communicating if they don't even voice their opinion. Because if they want me to do the maximum effort and just simply not exist, or to change something about myself, but they don't have the ability to tell me what I need or what they would like to see, I can't help them. Same way that if a client asks me specifically for an outcome, but I see other things that are problems, and I try to communicate to them, hey, you asked me to do this, but I think we need to teach you the fundamentals of how to play the lane. Because you don't understand how to fundamentally play against these champions, because you don't have a very good fundamental basis to work from. I think people need to be able to come halfway and put in the effort. Because if I have the passion to get you to try, it doesn't benefit me in any other way directly other than the outcome of the event. So if I'm playing in a ranked match, it doesn't benefit me in the long run. Really, honestly, to get you to communicate and operate on the level in which I can talk to you and treat you as I would like you to treat me. Which is, I know you can do this. I know you're capable of making this play. I know you have the ability to do so. Why are you being so combative? All I asked you to do was to pay attention to the minimap, and you're telling me, fuck you! I won't listen to you! Who does this guy think he is? Bro, all I said was just ward the map. Why are you fighting me every step of the way? I feel that in fitness, this is probably one of the biggest fucking sales that they have to fight against. People who want immediate solutions for their problems, but they're not willing to put in the maximum effort to get there. They're only putting in 20%, 30%, 40%. I've seen some people do as little as 10%, 5%, 1%, 1.5%. They'll do anything at all to not, quote, act like a tryhard. Because they're afraid of acting like Greg Duchette. But then they do themselves a disservice. And then when their coach gives them the passion of, bro, you came to me. In my position, you clicked on my face. In your position, you walked into my gym. You said you needed my help. Let me help you. I think that's probably the biggest thing that probably gets everybody's goat. And it's the key crux of this issue. That if we crack this nut, everything falls in line. Very true. You have to be mindful of community if you're trying to do better, but everyone around you is doing the opposite and can sabotage your plans hard. True. But I also believe that if a person comes to you and they ask you for help and they resist the help that you request, that it can also lead to a bad outcome, no? I'll give you a second to respond. Because I don't see how it leads to a good outcome if a person comes to you and asks for help, and then when they get the help that they asked for, that they wouldn't just immediately be a fire on the spot. Oh yeah, I have clients that literally do nothing I coach them to do and then say that you're the issue and then you fire those clients. Yeah. Okay. So we're of the same mind in that capacity. On average, how often would you say that happens? Would you say that happens 50% of the time, 33% of the time, 25% of the time, 13% of the time, 1.3% of the time? How often do you think you're firing those clients, and how often does that situation happen where they refuse to have a good open mindset? I'll avoid saying good mindset. Let me retract that. How many people, when you communicate to them, then allow themselves to push past their boundaries and have the opportunity to give themselves the better experience versus closing themselves off and running away from the potential of what they can change? How many people have done that when you are in that situation? How often does that scenario happen? And on that scenario's average, when it does, how many of them willingly make the change and lean in and give maximum effort, and how many of them pull away and refuse to change and say you're the problem? Is there a number that you think you can quantify it with? It might be possible that she doesn't have a number she can quantify it with. Alright, if we're talking about self-improvement versus effort, I imagine a fair amount. I don't know. I'm not Wheezy. I ain't got no numbers. I know that when it comes to me and my clients, the people in which have tried to either force themselves upon me after then running my games down on stream versus the people who have actively come to me and said, Carl, I need your help. Remember, we did this before. It was the Coach Carl content that I made before. I'd say on average, it happens about 75% of the time. A person either is pushed and presented in front of me or comes to me and says, I need help, or we're in a situation where they need help. And about less than 25% of the time, do they lean in and they take that advice. Now, if I had to compare it on the level of random stranger versus personal friend, the number goes higher in the capacity of people who hear my criticisms and they have criticisms of their own to give back to me about how I communicate the information to them. That's about more like 78, 79, close to 80%. 20% of the time, there are people that might reject it wholesale. But random strangers coming to me, being presented in front of me, noticing the problem, trying to give them advice and trying to help them change for their benefit, and them actively forcing it away, is almost nearly 99%, 98%. Because the majority of the people, they go out of their ways to try and present it as though what I'm asking them to do is ridiculous and silly. But of course, the difference there would be, those are random strangers, and I'm just a random person to them. But when they come to me as a coach, after they ruin that opportunity for themselves, and then they say, excuse me, Mr. Coach, if you know so much, why don't you teach me? I reject and refuse to teach them, for the same capacity in which you would refuse to teach them. Because it's like, when I tried to help you, you didn't want to listen. And you needed to be told how this was beneficial to you. In the case of something like League of Legends, the benefit is you win the game, and you also learn a very useful experience that then helps you in your League career. The same way that if they come to you and they ask you for fitness advice, and they're like, why are you even teaching me this? I don't want to learn how to play portion size. Learning how to portion my food is bad. I want to eat all my food. But if you eat all your food, you won't make improvements, and you'll have problems. sports therapists stay with you longer than other trainers. For overall, over 25% of the public will go for the long haul. That's a really big number. That's a really... Chat, do you realize how crazy it is to say 75% of the people who come to you are gonna leave the work you do and only 25 will really go through it? Now, of course, in Weezy's case, she's working with professional players. They already have the winning mindset. A random person, 5 people, or actually in this case 25, 4 people come to Weezy. 3 of them leave. 4 people enter, 1 man stays. 4 people enter, 1 man stays. Do you realize how crazy a dividend that is? Let's do a number. Let's do a calculation. What's the populace of America? (2024). The U.S. population is 342 million. Its projections based on the population increase from 342 million to 383 million projection in 2054. 342 million people. What is 25% of 342 million? (25% of 342 million. Put it on the screen for you real quick. 25% of 342 million is dividend number here, 85,500,000. 0, 0, yeah, 85,500,000. That is a lot of people, chat. Because then look at the opposite number. What's the 75? $256,500,000. That's a lot of people that could potentially walk through her door and say, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. That's crazy! Joe Normie is looking for a quick fix of minimal effort. That's why they go for fad diets and ridiculous gadgets that never work long term. True. And of course, in my position, I'm trying to teach them the good habits that lead to them winning better games over capacity. Because in the terse case of climbing in a ranked ladder environment, 80% of your games are in your control. 20% of your games are going to be automatic losses. 20% of your games are going to be automatic wins. 60% of the games are going to be in your favor. If we apply the same dichotomy here, it's obviously not the same. We're talking about statistical averages in video game climbing versus you making life choices that can affect how you live your life and thus affect how long you get to be on this planet. If we apply the same logic, of the 3/4 of the people that will walk through Weezy's door and ask her for her fucking help, only one of those 4 people will stay. And of those people that stay, that 83,005,000 that stay in her grasp of the American populace, 20% of them are going to outright die. So, let's take that number again. Let's go to that number again. Because when you start breaking the number down, you can see the point that I'm making here. Let's go back to that number. Take that 25 million. Let's quantify it down even further. Don't fad diets do more likely to not work and even lead up to you having an eating disorder? I'm going to let Weezy answer that. I think they do. I'm going to let Weezy answer that. Let me do this calculation. We already got 25% of the 342 million that would walk through Weezy's door and stay in her program. Let's quantify that number down again. She says yes. Damn, that's crazy. 20% of those people. That doesn't look right. Nope, that's not right. I didn't do the calculation correctly. Back. Alright, let's take that number. That is 85,005,000. So 85.5 million. What is 20%? Of that 85.5 million, 17.1% of people are going to basically be lost causes and die. Which also means 17.1 million people are going to be successful cases that will always go through. So that's 60%. 51.3 million. 51.3 million people, which means collectively together, you take that 60 and you add it there. So you take the 17. So 17.1 million. But I'm dumb. I'm missing 0. 68.4 million people would have the potential to change their lives for the better. And yet, there would still be 60% of those people that are going to have to put in the maximum effort and try. That's a lot of people that could then end up losing their way and become permanently unhealthy and cause themselves a fucking problem. All because it's too hard. I can't do it. I can't be. Now, for me, this number is a lot egregious, and it's why it leads to me having the outlook that I do, and why I get so fucking angry in those situations, or why I get so passionate and flustered. Because I know what the numbers and the statistics and the averages are, but I don't think of those averages. Because if you think of them in terms of statistics, you'll start being less passionate about it. For me, every situation should be treated like it's a life or death situation. So I give them the opportunity to demonstrate that what they gotta do is what they gotta do. If they approach that without the mindset of knowing how to do it, if they come to me afterwards and it's like, okay, Mr. Man, you think you know so much, teach me something. No. Because you didn't want it when you needed to have it. Basically, I treat it like if I was to meet them, the outcome of that game is the depiction of whether or not they would be living or dead. If they fight for it, every single stretch, every single scrape from the beginning to the end, then I know that they have an understanding of doing it. Because at the end of the game, that's just a game. They can throw in the towel and force the surrender. But realistically, a lot of those people, what they do is they hold you hostage. So they're unwilling to make the change, but they also believe that they should have the right to just stick around with what they're doing, which is obviously bad. Some of you might be like, what is Carl waffling about? But my point is, if what we want people to do is, if you want them to meet you halfway on something, they need to put in the maximum effort and not pull away. There are too many people that are way too comfortable never putting in the maximum effort and then saying, oh, I tried it, it didn't work. You didn't try. Trying means you tried. If you put one in, if you treat relationships the way people treat these diets and these fads. Oh, I tried to have a boyfriend, but I had one foot in the relationship at all times. I was cheating on him relentlessly. But then he made me feel bad in an argument where he had a point, so I decided to leave him because I don't like when my man makes me feel bad. You're gonna be cooked on relationships forever. You say that to somebody in an argument, it's like, really? You weren't committed to your relationship to making it work? You decided you just wanted to dip whenever it wasn't fucking comfortable for you? That's crazy. Treat that the same way with health and fitness. Same problem. I dripped on myself. Dripping, like spitting so hard, I dripped on myself. Bars. It's why I made such a point back here when I explained this point about all bodies being good bodies. What you do with it is what matters. I definitely would not say all exercises are good exercise, all forms of weight loss are good weight loss. But I would definitely say all good attempts to lose weight are good attempts, but what you do with your attempt matters. That argument lays out here. Because the philosophy of how you think about it and how you go about it leads to your success. If you want to become a statistic, don't give a shit. Say, I don't understand what you're talking about. What is blood waffling about? Why do I even care what SinglePlayerCarl's saying right now? And you're going to end up in a goddamn casket. Go through Weezy's door and be one of the 4 people that stays and says, I need to make a change. I need to make a change. I've been fat for all of my life. I eat a pig, I eat like shit. I eat too many snacks and I don't go to sleep at night. And you too can be there at the finish line saying, if I start with me, I'm starting with the heaviest in the mirror. Hey, I'm asking them to stop picking. It's possible, because it all starts with a mentality. This is just a vessel. You are your mind. Man is a spirit inside of a wall of bone. Be more than your vessel and prove that this is just something holding back your limitations. You have that kind of energy, you'll be able to do anything. Period. It's energetic. It's fucking infectious. Damn, he's really good at what he's doing. I'm gonna do it too. Shit. He's got a point. Why don't I try? It's really hard to fight against because you have to intentionally do everything you can to say, no, I'm not going to try. I'm not going to join in his dance beat. It doesn't look fun. I'm just sit over here and I'm going to eat my pork sausage. How dare you try to make me care, SinglePlayerCarl? For me, in this argument here, with how Myron's behaving and how Greg's behaving, if what Greg says is true, he should not be so ready to claim that by people merely existing, they are creating a problem, an enemy that he has to eternally fight. Because they're not even against what he's saying. They have made it clear they're not for the kind of shit that creates the problem. So what is the problem? So Tinder dating, but at the Tinder rate. True! True, bro! Let's get back to it.
Realistic goals of helping people overweight to lose weight. That is what my channel is all about.
But we're in public, and you made the statement that if we step out in public, that it would encourage people to live an unhealthy lifestyle.
The more friends you have who are overweight, the more likely you're going to be overweight. It just happens to happen. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. If 90%.
I'm just telling you the truth. So to clarify, we're not talking about the statistics, we're talking about this place. And Greg's response was, I'm just telling you the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. You see what I mean? He tells them, bro, I think that's great. But you see, I still gotta fight all these hand beasts everywhere in the world. Nigga, we're not in the world. We're in Gold's Gym. I want to lift this deadweight set. Bro, I'm just telling you the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. Hand beasts exist everywhere. Bro, help me pick up this 300-pound deadlift. I think I've made my point.
Of the world were overweight, more people would be encouraged to be overweight.
As just on this side, I don't think any of us have ever looked at a person heavier than ourselves and gone, I want to be that. That's a great thing to be. No, we have the same internalized biases as everybody else does. He was bringing up the gym before, and you said by existing, just in a fat body, we are promoting it. I model, and when I do model fitness wear, which I do often, I get so many comments about like, oh, you are promoting obesity. I'm wearing fitness wear. I'm in the gym. I'm doing the thing you want me to do, and I'm still promoting obesity?
If you're exercising, you're trying to lose.
Good point. I am doing the activity. I am wearing the garb. I forgot his name again. I'm doing the thing that you want me to do, but I'm somehow still promoting / part of the problem. Question mark. Let's see how Greg responds.
Oh, you are promoting obesity. I'm wearing fitness wear. I'm in the gym. I'm doing the thing you want me to do, and I'm still promoting obesity?
If you're exercising and you're trying to lose weight, then you're promoting people who are overweight to try to lose weight. That's great. But if you're Lizzo and rubbing your belly...
I mean, I don't know shit about Lizzo.
Influencers that promote
That was so real.
Gluttonous, lethargic lifestyles, which a bunch of them do. That's what we're talking about. If you're in the gym and you're fat and you're getting after and you're documenting that, that's fantastic.
So the talk was body positivity, and you're talking about influencers who promote gluttonous lifestyles, and that again is not body positivity.
That's why the general masses don't have that distinction, though.
I do think we have a good read though on how each individual sees the body positivity movement. All right, the next.
He's trying to desperately stop them from fucking going at each other's neck. He's telling half-truths. You got in late, so what is this truth? How do we know that they are obese if they could have just had more body mass naturally? I would not know how to describe that. Now, what do you mean by he's telling half-truths, Wheezy? Can you elucidate that for me? I keep fucking with my teeth because I have my cavities. Also, to answer Trader's question, how do we know that they're obese if they could just have more body mass naturally? Well, realistically, this would be where we would lean on the idea of BMI, where you would need to personalize the person's workout routine based on the amount of mass that they would like to lose and how they would like to lose it and what their particular end goal is. If what a person wants to do is to simply just slim down, lose the weight, and then shape their body and slim it to a form in which they're much more comfortable with, that requires a program and a form of targeted exercises to achieve that outcome and goal. If what they're looking to do is to gain mass and to then build muscle or lean muscle that then is for maximum aesthetics rather than for power, then that also requires a structured workout. You can't generalize that kind of thing, because preferably you'd want to have something that targets your problem. If you treat fitness like a one exercise, one workout program fits all fad, you ultimately do not succeed at leading to the outcome you want. Lacey, tell me if I'm wrong. You don't lead to the outcome that you want, because what you might need to be more targeted or might need to be less intense in order to get the outcome that it is that you need, because your body's physiology will not allow you to get the kind of outcome that everybody else gets. So if you got a friend named Denver, Carter, and Lucy, what works for Denver and Carter and Lucy might not work for you. So you need to then go to somebody who's professional to then lay it out for you and set out a program that allows it to happen. Speaking half-truths, they don't promote it by existing, they promote it by saying and behaving like they're healthy when they know otherwise. I believe that's true. I would agree with that. I don't think that they are particularly doing it. However, these are two people who are presenting as models. Just because they're wearing the outfit and just because they're in the gym doing it does not mean that they're actually a part of the solution or the problem. They are, again, being used as the mannequin effigy. You see them in the sports attire inside the sports store, but at the same time, you're like, but are you actually healthy? Or are you just over in the back of the room just posing like this? Damn, that guy really looks like he's getting active, but he's standing still. Is he actually doing the work, or is he just posing like a bitch? That's an argument that they can't seem to get away from, and I did predict that. But we're not talking about the talking of the problem. We're not talking about the discussion of it. We're talking about the actual real-life implications of how this fucking goes, right? So, let's use myself as an example, because I am indeed the example of the modern American, African American. I am wearing basketball shorts and active sportswear designed to wick sweat off of me. I am existing meagerishly in this chair. Can you say that I'm exercising? Now, technically, the normal answer to this would be no, but as we can see that I'm getting up and I'm being a proactive reactive, I am indeed putting in a lot of physical effort. But let's assume that they're not me. They're a copy of me. They're NegaCarl. NegaCarl is sitting in this chair and still doing what I'm doing here, but he's wearing this and not working out every day, not taking a daily run, not doing the active effort. Can we chat say that NegaCarl sitting in this chair doing what I'm doing right now and just talking about it is the same thing as being fit and being active? Obviously, the answer would be no. Just because he's talking about it and is thinking about it does not mean he's fucking living it. I would argue that the fitness instructors and the fitness people in this video are speaking from a position of, yes, you're in the gym, but we're worried about the people who talk about it, but don't walk about it. We're worried about the people who are talking the talk, but don't walk the walk and have the results to prove it. That's a different argument than just, he's existing. Because by me doing this stream, I'm just here existing. This is a snapshot in time of just me being myself. I didn't choose to pick these clothes for the topic. This is the shit that I chose to wear and woke up and chose to put on because I want to be comfortable and not sweat to fucking death. But I did go outside and go on a run like I have been for the last month and a half. I already made my change. I looked at the hand Carl in the mirror and I said, sir, we would like to pick my wife up and my son up at the same time. Meanwhile, Myron is concerned about Nigger Carl sitting in the chair, supposedly being a hand beast, existing fattily, and he's so stuck on it that he can't stop bringing it up. And neither can Greg. And everybody else is saying, bro, I don't give a fuck about Carl, I don't give a fuck about Lizzo, I don't give a fuck about nothing. I'm talking about the people who walked into Gold's Gym to come and get this good work. They came here to put in work. And you're telling them they exist and they promote fat positivity by merely trying to work out. Obviously, that is untenable. But unfortunately, that's the impasse they seem to have gotten to. Would everyone agree or disagree with my assessment that I just gave? In short, there's modeling muscular being fit muscular. It's more like they are using the argument of I am a model, therefore I model, versus I am a model, but I also actively do what I say. If the posers are just talking about it and they're lying and they're eating their weight in pork rinds, the average human can see that. True! This is basically a question and an argument of perceptions versus reality. What people think and what they perceive versus what is real and what is in front of them. Now, obviously, because I can use myself as an example, all of us can use ourselves as an example. We're the smallest notation of example to use at this at the individual level. We can all see if someone's putting an effort. So why would we even need to worry about the null hypothesis of some random person out there who presents a threat to an argument? It sounds like a lot of fucking hoopla to me. Sounds like a hot air. It sounds like a lot of hot air made to fucking stunt on the subject matter. Granted, there's truths in there, and we sussed them out. But look at how much fucking fluff and how much fucking animosity and antagonism was going back and forth between the two parties. And then the further antagonism by the single individuals who are thus bringing said animosity. It's a poisoning of the well on a very high level. There is no reason for Greg or Myron to behave like this, but they do though. I'll be right back, chat. Give me 1 second. And heat up G6, wash a pan, and start prepping dinner. Alright, let's continue.
Next prompt is, I am satisfied with my sex life. Agree or step forward?
Join our middle round Patreon to watch this prompt. You know, that would have been a really great segment for you guys to fucking see, but I guess we don't get to see that prompt. Because Jubilee Media wants to put this shit behind a fucking lockbox. It's crazy. But, because I ain't a bitch, we're gonna react harder. I am satisfied with my sex life. Now I ain't gonna make all y'all fucking do that. I ain't gonna make all y'all do that. But I will say it for myself. I am very satisfied with what I do to my wife. My wife's not here to answer her side, but I'll answer mine. I'm very satisfied with what I do to her. Weight is not a factor. It is not. Ah, my tooth is chipping again. One second. A part of my frontal incisor is started separating from my mouth, but it's not coming out. That's gonna be annoying. Boy, do I need this tooth pulled. Anyways. I am satisfied with my sex life. Weight should not be a factor in it, but it can be a very big mental factor that can affect everything from performance to perception to enjoyment. And we're gonna leave that there.
I have abused my body. Will you agree or step forward?
I'll start by saying I've abused my body many times. Being a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, I've abused steroids, did that for over 10 years.
I have abused my body.
I don't think you can get to the level that you have to get to be a professional bodybuilder while being natural. And so absolutely, and I would say that somebody trying to abuse steroids to get that muscle, to get that look, is just as unhealthy as somebody who's obese. So I don't try to be a hypocrite. I say I've done these poor choices. I'm 48 now. I don't do steroids anymore. And so I recognize that what I did in the past was bad, probably took years off my life. And so I would say to people who are overweight, why don't you do the same thing? And if you're not, then do you really care about your health? Because if you do, you would stop doing the things that are leading to being morbidly obese.
But then to your own argument, you spent 10 years doing something you knew was inherently unhealthy.
Correct.
But then you're going to turn around and tell people that they should just wake up.
Yes, exactly. Like people should have told me, Greg, why do you keep doing this to yourself? You do not recognize what's going to happen. And if we call it shaming, why are you abusing steroids, Greg? Think of it. Think of the...
Greg, I abused my body. People should wake up. Hot rip. Let's call him hot rip. But you did it for 10 years. You want them... You want them to immediately do it? And he says yes. Where were the people to shame me? Three things. One, that, sir, means that bullying does work. And that by not bullying people, you're admitting that if we bullied people more, we'd be able to fix these problems. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Secondly, if in order to fix this, you need to shame people and change their body, what do you think would be the reaction of those people that are doing the shaming? What do you think would be the reaction that they should easily expect? That when they bully someone, even though they're doing it to change their life, do you think the person who is being bullied will perceive it as such? And so they'll be receptive and be like, oh, you're trying to stop me from being a hand beast? Okay, sir, no problem. I'm going to just let you bully me because the outcome is going to be better. I don't think they're going to see it that way. I don't think they're going to see it that way at all. And then thirdly, even in presenting it to them like that, do you think that's going to lead to the outcome that you want? Or that it's going to lead to some bastardization of something opposite than what you want? I don't think that Greg will get the reaction that he wants. Because I think that leads to a bad outcome. And it seems that Weezy agrees with me. That never works. You can be tough on them, but they respond with defensiveness and shut down to what you have to say when you're needlessly cruel. Isn't shaming and bullying just like fad diets more likely to lead to eating disorders? Well, technically, in this case, it's not you wouldn't say it's like a fad diet. It's something that's inherently negative. And it's what we listed down on the list of changes. By bullying them, you're creating one of the 6 things that they need to get away from, which is a stress reactant. By bullying them, you're creating a stress reactant. And sociological pressure as a stress reactant leads to a knee-jerk reaction. If you bully someone who's fat and you tell them you need to stop being fat, you've been fat for 20 years your entire life. What you want to be a hand beast for the rest of your life? You want your grandkids to see how fat you are? Fatty, fatty, big fatty, fatty, fatty. That leads to them reacting the way that you would when someone bullies you, which is, I don't want to be near you. You shouldn't do it, period.
Years you're taking off your life. Maybe I would wait.
But the power was in your own awakening, right? The power right there was in your own awakening to realize within yourself that you were doing something negative and then you made a change for it, right? And that change is now consistent. That change is now something that you can give a testimony about and help other people change their ways or persuade people to just not do it at all, right?
But building on what you said, what was the moment, where the perspective shift?
Well, I got old enough and realized I can't get any better at this. I can keep taking more and more drugs and try to sustain this, but I said, it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely change my mind around what I was doing, which was being judged on my appearance. Remember, I make money on how I look. And so that's going to have a huge impact on me. And I had to say, I need to get my dopamine, my self-worth from something else. So I quit doing all the bodybuilding competitions and I said, I'm going to start riding bikes and I'm going to learn Spanish.
That's a fair argument. What he just said was a really fair argument. 1 second. I keep fucking with my tooth because now that I can feel it, it's fracturing. I'm not going to feel good until I can fully take that thing down. Anyways.
But building on
and try to sustain this, but I said, it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely
perspective shift.
Well, I got
I told myself I couldn't keep doing this anymore. I'm getting too old.
old enough and realized I can't get any better at this. I can keep taking more.
Also, look at Myron's face. Look at how focused he is. Hey, yo, man. You saying shit that's gonna ruin my argument. Hey, you need to stop. You need to stop talking truth. You're being real right now.
More drugs to try to sustain this, but I said, it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely change my mind around what I was doing, which was being judged on my appearance. Remember, I make money on how I look. And so that's going to have...
I had to change my entire perception of myself and my work. I had to change my perception of myself and my work, which changes my business and my personality. Because, just like I make money as a streamer, as well as money from home as a caregiver, the way that people see me directly affects what people would be willing to give money for and do. Let's be real. This bar right here, down at the bottom, this right here, you can't see my hand because it's right behind the thing. This right here, the thing that I carried over from February, the mandatory Black History Month reparations, also known as me raising money for my wife's car note. My job and how I do my job right here, right now, affects this bar. Because this is a bar that people are willing to give money towards. Why would I harass people and harangue people on the internet to get an angry reaction out of them and then farm them for content when I can literally inspire them instead? With the words that I'm saying, with the arguments that I'm making, and the things that we're explaining here, that other people could be arguing for as well on air. Because it's not about this bar. It's about you watching me in this moment right now, in this conflux of time. From the beginning to the stream to the end of the stream. That's what every single streamer's job is supposed to be. Entertaining you. And bringing you back because you liked the entertainment we brought you before and you want to see it again. Because you saw it live on air. I agree with you, Gox. If Greg were getting this kind of pushback on his show, he would cut them off. And he would give them a bullshit feel-good story. To try and justify why he should be allowed to say this. But it still wouldn't justify why he's allowed to push other people, despite him needing to be given the grace and the time to come to that end. And that's the point. The problem here is that when Greg made this realization about how he abused himself, and he was asked by Hot Ripperton, like Hot Ribby McRipperton over here, you were abusing yourself for 10 years. You want other people to immediately recognize what they're doing is wrong and change? Yeah! I needed to shame myself. Why would people shame me? Why do they need shame? And then, when we press further, what caused your perception shift? I told myself I couldn't keep doing it anymore. I'm getting too old. I had to change my perception of myself, which directly affects my work and my personality. That affects what I'm able to do and how successful I can be at it. But you're telling other people they can't have grace. In order for people to change and grow, you must give them grace and time. You can't force these things. Just like learning a skill and a talent, this converts across life. Through effort, through skill, through hobbies, through video games, through speaking skills, everything. In order for you to develop, you have to be rigorously doing it. Your effort and your skill grow as you keep doing that thing. You cannot force evolution. Death, evolution, life, change is patient. It will wait. It will come. But it will not come faster, no matter how hard you push it. Greg doesn't seem to understand that.
A huge impact on me. And I'd say I need to get my dopamine, my self-worth from something else. So I quit doing all the bodybuilding competitions, and I said I'm going to start riding bikes. I'm going to learn Spanish. I'm going to do something else where I can feel good about myself. And it's hard. Like, look at this guy, 300 pounds of muscle. 20 years from now, is he going to want to still be this size? You might look back and say, I maybe regret certain things. And I think if somebody's overweight, they're going to think the same things. Like if you're 4, 5, 600 pounds, you're going to think, is it worth doing this? Is it worth eating all the time? It's tough.
I think this is the first actual middle ground I think we're finding, which is really great because it's true. I mean, I've been harmful to myself on both sides of the spectrum. There are times I was taking 20 to 30 diet pills and laxatives a day, eating less than 400 calories a day, working out nonstop. And then there's the other times where I was eating way too much, smoking way too much, drinking way too much, and abusing my body in the other way. I think we all come to the realization of what we're doing is harmful in different ways at different times. Like it took you 10 years to come to realize that was harmful. My thing is sometimes it takes people who might be overweight or at that high tier, that 500, 600 pounds, to realize that it's harmful for them. And maybe in their life they don't feel like it's harmful, and they're happy. There are people, believe it or not, legitimately happy in certain.
Ignorance is bliss. Like I mean, I was happy at the moment.
Why is there bliss?
Ignorance is bliss, but you could die before you wake up. You could die before that happens. Exactly.
An argument that's being made here for both sides is that they understand their bodies are temples. They have now arrived at the body is the temple argument. Damn, Carl, how did you know they do that? Because I'm good. They have now arrived at the body is the temple argument. And they understand that because the body is the temple, the way that you worship yourself over your life will dedicate to how much you need to renovate that temple. Greg realized after 10 years of abuse, my body's a temple. It's how I worship myself. It's also how I get money. So I'm going to change how I live my life, and I'm going to change how I do my business. Josh, I believe his name is, the model, he also realized my body is a temple. I have abused myself when I was small. I've abused myself when I was large. I need to change how I treat my temple. Ultimately, both are at a position that's correct.
Kind of died doing what I did, and so is it not my responsibility to tell people, don't copy me, and so it not be somebody who's 500 pounds to do the same thing?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even when you said before, you're like, well, I wish someone had shamed me, saying, what are you going to do? You're going to kill yourself. That's not shaming to me. To me, that is compassionate and looking out for somebody. It's when you take it to the other level, where you start insulting them, degrading them, making them feel like shit.
We insult each other and shame each other, but it's as a friend. Like this is what guys do, girls don't do it. They all suck up to each other. You're all 10s.
Now we get into the gender argument about how the sexes talk to each other. I think this problem is ungendered. In order to truly understand this issue, you have to ungender it. It's not a gendered issue. They agree on the result, just how they get that result. Not entirely. When it comes to the argument of the point of how Greg and him and them do this, Greg is arguing that you have to boo the bully in order to do the thing. I don't think that's true. I don't think you need to bully a person to do that. I think in order to get bullying and whatnot to work, the person in question has to be able to create an inherent level of trust that another person would implicitly give. Because Thank you, Easy. Humans respond better to a reward system than a punishment system. That's why it's the stick and the carrot. It's not just a bundle of fucking sticks slapping you on the ass nonstop. If you treat them like they're animals, they'll react like animals. You don't want people to react like animals. You want them to change, you want them to grow, you want them to become better. Also, you got it. If you tell people shit like that, and you bully them like that, they're not going to react well to it. If they don't know you like that, they ain't going to react well to it. Now, in most people's cases, people view it on the friend spectrum. Turn it this way. Yeah, this way. Fuck. On the friend spectrum, it's the reason why advice to give to a person is so hard. Because if I want to give somebody advice as a League of Legends player, become better at a video game, or a player in any game that we equally play, the due cause is because I want them to become better, because I want them to become a better player. But if they're a casual player, it's the same thing as the difference between a friend. I want you to improve, but they don't want to improve. They're happy to be casual. Also, good read, Fatal. Very few people can endure a level of this kind of harsh degree in punishment. They're not well adjusted. I'm somebody who could tolerate it, but I'm not a well adjusted person. I'm not. There's a part of my mind that's demented. Why is it demented? Because I've suffered such excruciating levels of abuse. It's a fucked situation.
Guys are like, look at your gut, look at your gut. I'm telling you what they do.
I'm asking from the feminine because this guy's talking here, and I think it's important to distinguish when something is feminine to say, well, we don't adhere to that.
Yeah, but there's been no shortage of generalizations on women in this episode so far, and I'm really, really curious about your answer to this prompt regarding like self-abuse, like bodily abuse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifetime natural. I've never taken a drug before in my life. However, I was an athlete in college, and obviously when you're a Division athlete, you're trained 2 to 3 times a day. It was very, very intensive. I would train through injuries, which wasn't intelligent, but at the end of the day, I looked at it like, hey, we got to win. We got, some teams to beat this season, so it built a mental fortitude. I think abuse is good to a degree if you're able to overcome it and learn something from it.
I did a lot of stupid things. Like I broke the world record in the bench press, and now I can't bench press anymore. And it was my favorite lift. I've had hip operations. I have both elbows reconstructed. I trained too hard. I couldn't stop myself. All that pressure, desire, whether it was installed by myself or from others, to try to fit in, to be socially accepted. And I was addicted. I was bench pressing with shoulder pain. I should stop. I couldn't. And so, I set the record, and it's done. I can't even lift anymore. I don't squat, bench, or deadlift. Because look at Ronnie Coleman. You guys know Ronnie Coleman? He's in a wheelchair. He can hardly walk. He's in pain medications. And imagine putting your body through all that torture, and then you get in your 60, and now you can't do anything.
So one question I have for you then is, knowing what you did, obviously has allowed you to create this platform to speak to these things, to talk about steroid abuse. You understand all the intricacies. Do you think that you would have been able to do that? Let's say if you kept your natural status throughout your whole career, you didn't break world records, you weren't an IFBB pro, you didn't have all of those accolades to stand on. Do you think you would still be Greg Doucette and have all the following you do?
I do not think so. I think I'm one of those 1 in a million cases that was able to do what I do and actually got the success that I got. But if I look back and I'm really honest with myself, I regret doing these things. I was not.
It's an interesting question, and he keeps running on. And if I let him keep speaking, they will clap me. So I'm going to pause him. I'm going to start writing down what he just said, because he's laying out. Hot Rip is laying out a point. If you stayed average, would you have your platform? Greg said, no, I would not. Because then he wouldn't be Greg Doucette. He'd be some version of Greg Doucette that is not the current Greg Doucette sitting in front of you.
Natural world champion, and I was breaking world records natural, so I had the records, but I wanted more. I wanted more glory. I wanted more people to say.
I was breaking records naturally, but I wanted more accolades and praise. What a nasty sentence.
You're cool, we like you. And so I ended up taking steroids. I did that because I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be sponsored. I wanted a pro card. I wanted to be famous. And it worked. At what cost? So how healthy am I really?
Everything it is that you're saying, right? I don't feel any ounce of shaming you for it. I think everything that you said is really important, to acknowledge that and to know that and to then share that, right? But the difference is that had someone shamed you, I don't think that you'd feel the same way about it. Instead, people poured life into you and told you hey, I don't think that this is right. I don't think that you should really keep doing this because it's doing more harm.
The opposite happened. I was rewarded. When I started getting popular on social media, I was talking about my steroid cycles. I was talking about what I've done. And they're like, look at your muscles, look at your chest. And it was like,
Okay. Kevin, here's what he says. and says to him, I don't want to shame, nor do I feel a desire to shame. I think what you say is important. Because people were pouring life into you, not death into you. Which is another way of saying people were giving you empathy and emotions rather than animosity. Then Greg says in response, no, I got the opposite. I got negatively reinforced to continue damaging myself. That's your husband's best friend. He grew up in an abusive household. You have to approach him very gently when training him. It's easy to hurt him with my words. Mm-hmm.
Hard it was to stop because I was being rewarded with dopamine, with people saying nice things about me all the time. And for me to stop, I know that my views on social media go down. If I went on a steroid cycle right now, people are going to fall, wow, Coach Greg, you're back. We miss the old Coach Greg. And so it's hard for me to be the 48-year-old old man that's still preaching fitness when they say we love the old Coach Greg, the jack muscle freak, and I have to fight the urges not to use steroids every single day. Because I know I would look better, I know I would feel better. But I'm like, it's not healthy, and so I have to say no.
I get what you mean about the dopamine reward thing, because for me, I have a similar situation, but kind of in the opposite way. Every time I start slimming down, I start getting the, what are you doing? Why are you losing weight? Because I am in that large guy space. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's very funny how much on both sides, outward opinions just like really just make what we do hard. I know that when I am doing more cardio, I'm not like a big hiker and biker, and sometimes in the summer I'll slim down, but all of a sudden I'll get a ton of comments from people just being like, we liked you heavier, we liked you this. I'll have clients that'll stop using me because I've gotten too small. And so you're kind of seeking that dopamine, that approval, but also that career boost. You get stuck in this loop of doing things that you know aren't good for yourself.
I want to hear from you, just going back to the prompt.
What a great argument. What a great argument. We all do things that are bad for us in the name of growth and virality. People reinforce it, and people demand from us what they want and demand us to give to them. What a take. And it's so true, because this is true to life in every way possible. There are people that only want to come to me because they like the shit that I do when I am making content with Jay. And they never learn a single fucking thing about me. And then decide to castigate me because they don't actually know who I am. And there are situations, and there are topics. There are things that I could be on top of, non-stop, 100%. But I don't like doing them. I don't like engaging in them. But the temptation to do it because, Carl, you could glow your stream, Carl. You could ride the wave of controversy, Carl. It's negative shit. But I could benefit from so much if I was just willing to bend the knee just a little bit. It's an evil world we live in. It's an evil world we live in, and temptations around every fucking corner.
Why you conform?
Oh, I mean, I think obviously professional bodybuilding has its risks. Obviously, I try to mitigate them as much as possible. I work with a company that I'm doing blood work, quarterly every 3 months. I am very methodical with what I do, and I'm very on the mild side. You'd be surprised, but I've been training for 20 plus years. I think that's the key for me. I would say, like being this size, 100% not healthy. Is it unfortunate that I am very passionate about something that is bodybuilding? Yeah, it's kind of like I fell into it. I love it. It's hard for me, but I made a decision with my wife that at age 35, that's it. I'm done. Like no more competitive bodybuilding. I have an understanding, but like Greg, I have the foresight to know like there has to be a limit to it. Because if you just let it go, I would have to be probably 25 more pounds of muscle, and like have to do things that I'm not willing to do in order to be like, let's say Mr. Olympia, right? So because all the way through my 20s, I was close to like 230 pounds, natural all the way until I was like 27 and a half. So hopefully I'll be okay going back to that size.
Do you use steroids currently?
I mean, I use.
Well, I think
That's the biggest insult in the world right now.
No, I only ask because, again, we're on the topic of body abuse, right? So I'm only asking that in that realm because of what you said about it. I'm not asking that.
No, it's not like it's just like when you're
that.
jacked like that and you say, do you steroids? It's like, you think you can look like this natural? Like if I said, hey, are you on steroids? Look at that body. Like if I said, you look like you're on steroids.
Yeah, people think I'm
Thank you.
here to compliment
If I said, obviously you're natural, they're like, what do you mean, obviously?
So yes, I'm honest.
Okay. Fair question. He tries to ask him, are you on steroids right now? Because Tevin understands and inherently gets that the fit side needs to say if they are currently on anything to increase appearance on ass, because it is desperately important for the argument and the conversation. Both Greg and Hotbody inform them that asking them that question is considered the greatest insult to them. I would then say as a counter, don't you think it would be considered the greatest insult to a fat person to shame them for their body instead of approaching them in a more constructive and positively received way? What a breakthrough. What a fucking breakthrough. Ah, what a breakthrough! Yes!
It's literally just like a question that I have, but it's also just like, well, what do you do as you're progressing in that to get to the points that you want? So that's where that question stems from. And I also really appreciate your candor for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will 100% say, like, some of the best shape of my life was natural in my 20s, like, very lean, probably my healthiest. Like, if anybody tells you they're like an IFBB professional bodybuilder, it's almost 99% of them are in some capacity enhanced. It might be very minimally, it might be through the roof, like you wouldn't even believe what they're taking, but it's there. It's part of the sport. It's unfortunate, but like, that's the problem. That's one of the problems we talked about earlier with the fitness industry. Is like, that's expectation.
Let's bring our disagree.
Hey! Good job not abusing yourself.
Yeah, so I took abuse as like doing things that's negative for your health, and for me, I've always approached fitness from a health kind of lens, right? Like Myron, I'm 100% natural. I'm never gonna look like Eric, I'm never gonna look like Craig, but it's something I'm content with, right? For me, I'm kind of in for long term. I want to be able to do what I do. I'm 60, 70, 80, 100. Focusing more on the health aspect of it can be a good no-go, because I feel like if you're looking from the outside in, sometimes it can be like, look, dude, I'm gonna look like Eric. Like, how's this ever gonna happen? Right?
True. And man, I'm just gonna copy and paste that directly from fucking chat. Public approval is fucking cocaine. Ah! It's not almost. It is. Public approval is a drug. Public approval is cocaine. It's cocaine, fentanyl. It's cocaine, fent, and meth. All in one. Social validation can make you feel like you have the right to say anything to anyone and do anything to anyone, and the people gonna love it. People eat it up. It can make a monster out of a man, but it can also make a hero. You could have somebody that's getting bullied, that because of the social approval to stand up for somebody, they can become a hero. But then you have to ask yourself, are they a hero because they're a hero, or are they a hero because they're not a hero? It's time to put the chicken in the oven. Oh! What a reveal. What a turnabout.
But people have different goals, I would say, within fitness, and yeah.
I think it's important to also acknowledge that, like, there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like, you can be a fat ass on one end and say, I'm going to just continue to eat cheeseburger.
Jesus fucking Christ, Myron. Okay, so everybody basically came to the same understanding. The Myron's bitch ass tried to stoke the animosity. There's abuse on both spectrums.
And put on TikTok, and then there's other side where you can, use performance-enhancing drugs and someone to step on stage. But I would make the argument that the person that is training using PEDs, etc., I respect that individual more than the fat ass, and the reason why is because
there's abuse on both spectrums, comma. But I respect the fent abuser over the fat ass cheeseburger eater. What a fucking statement.
Though it isn't healthy to be on performance-enhancing drugs, you're still pushing your body to a level that most can't, versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if that person is doing something like, maybe they're into quantum physics, maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely, are they not valuable because they're not shredded?
Well, again, we're talking about the purpose of abusing your body.
A great counter, and then he just pivots. Because we're talking about abuse of the body, let's use the case of Stephen Hawking. Medical condition that is rending his muscles and his atrophy into a potato. He's physically not healthy, and yet he dedicates himself to a life of science. Instead of, while he still has time to have the ability to do so, eat himself into a food stupor and then just die of weight-based complications. Myron doesn't care. Myron's saying, probably, to an answer of that of, well, he had a medical problem, so I guess he wasn't strong enough. And of course, it's heartless.
I'm more respect for the bodybuilder, is my point. Okay. And I think society would enlarge as well. Which is why bodybuilders that
Society would respect the bodybuilder over the fat ass, even if the fat ass was discovering the key to immortality. Wow! 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 Bye, Weezy. Wow! They could be discovering the secret to life itself, and this man would say, "Nah, I still respect the fent abusing fucking powerlifter, though." That's crazy.
Like Ronnie Coleman, etc. Though he is disabled now, etc. He's a legend, and he's going to go down in history.
Yeah, but I actually thought that was a good question. Like, when a great film director who's like very overweight and like just totally poured into their craft, like, is there respect for someone like that?
Well, that's great because he's able to do something exceptional, right? He's able to diversify himself from the general masses, right? But will people know that?
He's able to diversify himself as an exception to the masses. So if they don't have accolades, they're just a fat ass. So it's only given on whether or not they're popular. And that's known.
That when they meet him, that he's a famous director, unless he's very prominent. But yeah, there's exceptional people that are fat in certain regards, but we're talking about body abuse here. I'm just saying in general, I would have far more respect.
So, if you were a regular Joe, if you was a regular nigga, Myron doesn't respect you. That's what he said. Myron said, I don't respect regular niggas. I don't respect I don't respect the regular nigga. You have to be a content creator for me. You gotta be you gotta be an Instagram thought for me. You gotta be an OLED model for me. Real regular people don't exist. You're irrelevant. Irrelevant. It's crazy.
For the professional bodybuilder,
then like Peter Jackson, so making multiple award-winning films, like Lord of the Rings, but some guy like taking PEDs instead of that.
Sorry,
I'm legitimately curious.
Yeah,
you have guy using PEDs on one side trying to do stuff, and then you do have like Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings. I'm multi-academy award winner.
Explicit to say I'm talking about the fat influencers. So like I'm talking in that context. Like if you're gonna have abuse of your body on two different ends, right? One extreme is a bodybuilder, the other.
I wish he would press him on this and say, okay, what if they're not bodybuilders? What if they're not fat influencers? Or they're just regular people?
As a fat influencer,
come on, challenge him! Challenge him! Challenge him!
I have far more respect for the
I think he's
bodybuilders.
a hardworking billionaire.
I understand that, but I also think that like if someone's abusing themselves in any way, there should be some empathy and like rather than just being like you're a better abuser to yourself than that person.
Fitness culture.
Ah! He didn't challenge him! Ah! No! Challenge him! Challenge him! Oh! Fitness culture can be toxic.
can be toxic. Agree or step forward?
Here we all are again.
Hey, let's hear from the Jack guys.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting.
His name is Eric. His name is Eric. His name is Eric.
That is the societal norm of like what's good, and even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad, fruit has sugar in it, so it's gonna make you fat. So like now food is almost being weaponized, and then to be monetized so that you buy their ebook to tell you the exact secret code in order to lose weight. So fitness is an industry, right? So people are incentivized to say whatever that is to make money, and so it's been harder for me as a coach that takes a more holistic approach to wellness and fitness and saying, hey, it's all about balance. And like Greg's the same way. I know I watch a lot of his videos. That is the correct approach to like making a plan that's not super restrictive. So I think that's why the fitness industry, even being part of it, like it's frustrating because there's so much information.
I would say also that there's so much pressure to look like us, and it's causing people to develop body dysmorphia. And so this is a huge problem. So when you swipe on Instagram, you're being shown the top 1% of the top 1%. They all have a six-pack abdominals. Everyone feels inferior. There's pressure. Then that causes a whole host of problems: eating disorders, people feeling like shit. They don't like the way they look in the mirror, and then they keep looking for information. And then what information they're getting, half of it's wrong, like you were just describing. And so where do we go from there? There's no solution.
I think the issue comes from the misinformation, just the lack of keeping things simple. But we like to have fad diets, go paleo, go vegan, go.
Crazy. So everyone else came to this with an understanding of what they meant by fitness is toxic, and Myron is filibustering again to go on to some shit that has nothing to do with anything. So Myron, instead of just standing out, has to sit down. Because even if he were to come to the table and say, yeah, fitness is toxic, he needs to make it about some SJW shit. Yeah. We all knew that was going to happen.
Or whatever it may be, and it's like the reality is the best diet is the one that you can adhere to. And I think we need to let people understand that fitness is a lot more sustainable and easier than people think it is, which is why I make fun of fat people so much, because it really is simple. And it comes down to numbers and tracking your calories and being disciplined and going to the gym. This is why I have no sympathy for fat people, because it really is simple.
But that right there is what keeps guys like us out of getting into fitness.
Shouldn't it be the opposite though?
No one's told they're a piece of shit.
Let me explain.
Let me explain this. Like shaming rarely works, and I'll bring this back to somebody I follow and I appreciate their content. A guy named Alex Ramosi, he does a value equation, and on the top side of that equation, you have the perceived value of whatever you're trying to achieve plus the perceived chance of success. So how likely are you to achieve that result? And on the bottom side of the equation, you divide by time and you divide by effort. Shaming doesn't work because the value equation is driven by those things. So what I think we need to do on this side of the table is to make those things more accessible. Like you said, providing more value-driven information of like how to achieve a calorie deficit in a more sustainable way. How do you make it so it's not so much time? Because so many people waste time, let's say, doing so much excess cardio where strength training should be the main component. So
Sure. People can't get into fitness because of misinformation. And the negative buy-in that they will not pay. So you have to find ways to get people to buy in where it is not a question of accepting the toxicity and just dealing with it. That's what has to be done.
That's why I think adding value and decreasing time and decreasing the amount of effort is going to give you guys so much more emphasis or ability to achieve the result and more motivation to achieve that result than being like, oh, you're fat, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So that's my
well,
take on
the
it.
fitness industry overcomplicates it so that they can monetize it.
So why is that their fault?
The secret sauce. Well, this is why it's important to acquire knowledge and be able to, whether you go ahead and do your own research. And again, it comes back to doing the work. People get so like, oh, what is this for? Do your research. Look at the studies. There's so much fitness studies out there. There's no secrets. It's just discipline and sustainability.
Have you guys ever been confused about how to get and stay in shape based on the information that's out there?
Yeah, totally. I would never, ever take advice from you to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
I mean,
Can you describe it?
I mean, that's easy. That's a fair assessment at any level. People cannot get into it because of the misinformation, the negative buy-in that they will not pay into. And people are refusing to take the information from people they perceive as a font of that same toxicity. This happens on both sides of the argument. I, as a coach, will not teach someone that I believe is a bad student, but there are those that could be potential students who would not hire me as a coach because they perceive me to be a part of the problem that they don't want to be a part of. These two things are untenable. They are untenable because in order for that person to know, they need to observe. In order for them to observe, they need to be able to come from it from a neutral position. If they come to me while I'm on a live stream and they're running it down on my matches, I'm already on a negative standing point with them. And there's the extra factor of, and that person will perceive they did nothing wrong. I know someone's content creating and streaming, I'm going to harass the streamer. Streamer gets harassed. You should teach me. You think you know so much, why don't you teach me? But you just ruined my content. Why would I do what you asked? Versus, someone's running it down in your match. You're just a random regular player. Hey, yo, why you fucking me over like this? Shut up, nerd. I don't listen to losers on my live stream. Same issue from both sides. It's untenable. It's the same issue from both sides.
Enable it toxic, but I think it's like you have this perspective about the world around you that I think is kind of really warped, and I don't understand why, and I would like to understand why, and I'm not getting it because you're like, shame is the answer and stuff like that, but it's not though. It's why you have so much conflict. It's why we're literally sitting here today having this discussion.
So here's the thing. You operate on what's ideal. I operate on what's real. And the reality is that the world is a much colder and harder place than you think it is, but you want to...
That tooth is really bugging me. You operate on what's ideal. I operate on what is real. TM Trade Snark. That's a 5. You operate on what is real. What a cope.
You know, people to just understand you and see your perspective and see you as how you see yourself. The reality is the world's never going to see you how you see yourself. They're going to see you on how you display yourself to them. And when you are fat, out of shape, etc., well, people, and if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, has something happened to you to confirm that observation that you have?
No, I mean, I just live in objective reality, and objective reality.
Has something happened to you to inform that viewpoint? No! Fucking Chad, no! He's not a Chad. Chad, no! You couldn't write better comedy unless your name was Tyra Perry.
Isn't as nice as you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience.
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively that these are the conversations that people have behind closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
Coming from whether the
I'm saying what people really feel, but won't tell you. That's crazy. The stream is down again. What the fuck? My god. Still up for horror. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, we're still up. I have shit internet. You might have just buffered. Nigga, you had me worried, motherfucker. Anyways. The sheer ego behind the statement that Myron Gaines just fucking said. The ego behind what he just said. It's crazy. That's so crazy. Gotta rewind that for a second. You need to see that from the beginning.
Than you think it is, but you want to, people to just understand you and see your perspective and see you as how you see yourself. The reality is the world's never going to see you how you see yourself. They're going to see you on how you display yourself to them. And when you are fat, out of shape, etc., well, people, if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, has something happened to you to confirm that observation that you have?
No, I mean, I just live in objective reality, and objective reality isn't as nice as you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience.
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively that these are the conversations that people have behind closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
coming from whether the fitness space can be toxic or not. The shame attitude has kept a lot of people out of it. I've been doing fat.
Okay. Outside that jump scare you just gave me, the sheer ego and what he just said. Upwards. Come on. Down. Push it in this way. Thank you. The sheer ego and what he just said, it needs to be impressed upon people. And I'll say it because Wheezy's not here. That's what keeps people out of a lot of things. Stopping people from getting into hobbies, stopping people from getting into businesses, stopping people from getting into lines of work, stopping people from trying new hobbies and interests. The shame factor and the ego factor are two things that work against each other. Now, of course, the temerity of this is met by the space in which you operate in. For my audience, in my space, I allow people to have grace. But we've experienced so much shit that have people cross over and do things, it brings an inherent distrust. Because in the past, if that had not happened to me, we were dealing with the year zero Carl, who didn't go through the hardships and the problems and the issues that year 11 Carl has, they would have the same misgivings and the same resistances and the same choices and all that shit. Because when you're a person in life, you learn and you grow and you change based on the environment you're involved in. For these things, the things that Myron Game just said, it's a true factor. But he's a dick for saying it. Because he's doing this shit of his own volition. He doesn't need to say what other people are thinking. He needs to say what he's thinking. And what he thinks is what he says other people are thinking. What I'm saying is he's lying to his mouth. But if we take him at his face value, and we say, yes, he is speaking for those people whose voices have gone unspoken. He is speaking for those that are choosing to remain a part of the silent majority. They think this about you. They hate you. They want you to stop being a hand beast. They want you to become normal like everybody else. They would stay out, and they would never change because of that behavior and action. And that's a bad outcome to have. And what you want people to do is to understand and change and grow for the better.
Diet since I was 12 years old. I was put on Weight Watchers. I did Atkins. I did paleo. I did everything you could possibly imagine. And not until I started following other influencers that were more proactive based on, I want to be around for my daughter for as long as I possibly can be. I want to give my body the function it needs. Like just that basic mind shift. Hey, your life can get a lot better if you do kind of focus on your health a little more. Instead of, you're a fat piece of shit, you need to change. To me, I don't know everyone in the fitness industry, but I know for me personally, it totally changed my relationship with fitness when I started realizing that it was a gross benefit instead of a punishment I had to put onto myself.
True. That's the same thing I said earlier. Well, I will write that down. I changed my perception from fatty, let's go, 130, to I want to be around for my child. Everything changed and got better.
For not being disciplined enough, for people like you to maybe respect me, who, again, we don't know each other in reality. So why am I destroying my life so you will respect me one day?
Well, going to the gym and training isn't going to destroy your life.
And it doesn't enhance anything. I'm saying, but yeah, I do that. I'm saying it wasn't until someone told me about those enhancements and kind of approached it with more of an empathetic way of being that it seemed attractive to me at all to be a part of it.
Does anyone here respond positively to shame?
No.
I think in some ways, I feel like a lot of us can relate to this. Like when we were younger, I wouldn't say it was shame, but I wasn't necessarily like happy with the way I looked, and that kind of motivated me to.
Social pressure is real, you should say, because if you say shame, the implication isn't true through the statement of the word. Because social pressure is what exerts shame. It's also what exerts pride.
Like get into fitness in the first place, right? And we're talking this was like in high school. So I think to some degree, shame that's not put on by others could be helpful, right? It has to be something within yourself that can motivate you.
I'll speak on the same thing too, because the shame that I guess my body came from myself. So when I was on my weight loss journey and I was like losing weight, the day that I weighed in and like the scale read 1 pound over, like I would take those pills to make you shit, literally to like lose that extra pound to see. Like so going back to the toxic situation, that's where I got fucked up because I would do things in response to me not getting that positive stimulus to hurt myself ultimately. Do I have therapy now? Yeah, because it's a double-edged sword. For sure.
I think shame is good. I think it's a very natural response to inadequacy, and it tells people that hey, maybe I need to change. Like being bullied as a man, being shamed.
I mean, taking pills the day that you fucking weigh in and that you're 1 pound over it and so you take a shit, bro, that's crazy. However, I'm going to undercut Myron's position and I'm going to take something away from him. I'm going to take away his shame argument. Shame is something you feel in yourself that resonates with the shame already inside of someone else. This is the secret about shame. When someone tries to shame you about anything in your life, it is because they themselves at one point know what that shame felt like. And they are transmitting to you an emotion that they want you to resonate on with what they say. So, for those of you in the audience that have never been a partner, when someone says to you, you're an incel and you'll never know the touch of a woman. This is a great screen cap. I'm a screen cap as myself. let me get one with my open mouth. There we go. When someone points to you and says to you to insult and shame you, this goddamn section. There. And they say to you, you will never know the touch of a woman. You will be an incel for all of your days. There is never an interesting thing you will do in your life. You will live and die and breathe as a pathetic loser and nerd, and there's nothing that you can do about it because you are a weak loser who has no power. What they want you to do is they want you to resonate with that emotion. Those of you who can see inside Carl Poston, just look in Carl Poston. They want you to take that emotion in that moment, and they want you to feel insulted and then depressed. They are transmitting to you an emotion that they felt themselves that they want you to replicate in your personal being. Shame is something that you have to feel in yourself. That's why there are people that are shameless, that can have all the accolade and all the money and all the things, because, oh, don't you think that you should feel ashamed about the fact that you are willing to lie and cheat and steal to get money? No! I'm happy as fuck, bitch! I'm paying you not! You know, all these streamers, all these content creators, people who have millions upon millions of dollars that really don't deserve it because they're horrible people and they live their lives in a horrible way, why would they feel shame? They have what you want. They have what most people want. Why would they feel ashamed? They won in life. You should be like them. It's a really bad approach. It's very hard to break somebody's mind and get them to break out of that concept. Because there's nothing you can use against them other than the things that they value. So if they value wealth, you need to be wealthier than them. If they value popularity, you need to be more popular than them. If they value clout and the opportunity to start a conversation, you need to make them the center of the story in a way where they can never be able to change the argument so they can get the pressure off themselves. You have to pressure them with whatever they care about most to get them to care. But there are most people that, if they're shameless, even if you have more money than them, they're going to continue doing what they're doing. More money, more clout, more popularity, doesn't matter. It's hard to get through these people because they're not human in that way. Humans want to connect. Humans want to communicate.
It's a good thing because it stimulates you to change and make a better difference.
But some people don't respond. Like some people, when they get shamed, they get shut down, and now they proceed further into that negative, behavior because it's not something, as Zach and everybody else was mentioning, that's what's positive.
Well, that's a part of the masculine journey, is overcoming it.
It's not talking about masculinity, bro. It's just like
empathy and being like, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. And this is the thing. It makes or breaks you. Not everyone's going to win. We need winners and we need losers. The losers are the ones that shut down like, oh, I'm sad now. I'm going to continue eating.
That's crazy. Now, I will say, when it comes to a problem or situation, it's not a masculine thing. It's a drive and desire thing. If you shut down in a situation where somebody's trying to bully you, they effectively are saying, you're a loser because you can't stand up to the task. You're not a decision maker. You're not a difference maker. You aren't the kind of person who's going to get the thing that we need to have done over the line. Now, Myron's obviously wrong. Just because I won't let you shame me doesn't mean that I don't have the desire and the drive to be a difference maker. That's like saying to me, I'm not entertaining. Consider that for a moment, chat. Consider that. Gotta put it towards the corner. Imagine for a moment somebody comes into this room and tries to talk shit to me like, SinglePlayerCarl, you was a bitch ass nigga. You ain't never gonna change. You ain't never gonna be popular. You ain't never gonna have anything. You gonna sit your ass in that chair. You're gonna stream to 0 viewers. You're never gonna have any money in your life. Your kid's gonna be a fuck up. Your wife's gonna be a fuck up. You're a fat loser. Loser. You're gonna be a loser. And I'm supposed to just sit there in this chair and be like, how does that fix anything? Because obviously, I would have to stand there and be like, nigga, what are you saying? They can see you. You interrupted my life. You clicked on my face and walked into my house. In fact, you walked into my house. Where's my wiki? Click, click. What do you mean? What do you mean they're not interesting, sir? What do you mean I won't be successful? I'm already successful. But you're not as big as somebody like Jubilee Beauty Pie. I don't need to be Beauty Pie. I'm Carl. The perception change is important. Because they're hoping that by making you cope, that it's supposed to make you feel something. Oh no, I won't be this big popular creator. I don't care. Won't be as big as a cow. True, I won't be. I like the fact that when I go to the bathroom, I can bend my head down and I can see it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Are you feeling me? Do you feel me, boys? Me when a 9-year-old threatened the shadow creature in the corner. Like, they can't affect you like this. And yes, this is in fact a Nerf gun. This is a painted over Nerf gun. You can even see the design right there on the globe, right there on the circle. This is not real. The real one's behind lock and key. You can't do anything to me. You can't bully me. You can't win. You can't win. In no wiki. You can't harass me and make me sad. It serves no power. You have no power here. We're happy in this bitch. We curb our enthusiasm. We keep our perspective. It don't work. You can't bully me with size and numbers. Because, and Shannon Sharp said it best on his podcast, on Shay Shay's World, when he was, it wasn't even him. It was Cat Williams. You might say that you bigger and badder than me and all that shit, make fucking... wait a minute. We'll never be as nappy as Hefty Signifier. No, sir. Signifier will never be as black and nappy as me. Don't get it twisted like some locks, bitch, before I cut you up in face and put you like a fade. Hold on. Wait a minute. But it's best how Cat Williams said it on Shay Shay World. You might think you bigger than better than me, but you get your ass on that line. Let's equalize the deal. You get up here, let's compete. And we'll see if that comes into a factor. It doesn't work. But it definitely does work in reverse. Because the argument stands. It's like, oh, I'll never be as big as you, right? Okay, let's equalize the field. Let's put me on a stage next to you. And let's have that event be sponsored. Let's see people see if they can compare us to each other. Let's see who they like better. They don't do that. There's a reason why they don't do that. They cannot do that because the second that they invite comparison to themselves without the factor of money, fame, popularity, it falls away. Because how did they get it? by perceiving themselves as something. But if you got somebody who's a fake and a fraud standing to the real fucking deal, people are going to say, you know what, actually, Carl's got a point. I would love to see him compared against this guy. Myron Gaines says this is just reality. Okay, let Carl talk that good shit to his reality. Let's see if his reality includes him getting mocked by this fat octo Simonian. Let's see if that comes into fact. Let's see if that comes into play. I bet it won't. He wouldn't do it. He would not do it.
Nigga.
Hello? I know I heard a voice. Hello. How you doing as well?
Nigga. Oh, hello.
You came in at the tail end of the video.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
But you couldn't before.
No, I was standing up and talking to the chat through the headphones.
Then why didn't it come through on the stream then?
Why didn't it come through on the stream? It should have.
Did it? Chat, could you hear me the whole time? I just saw you in here. I didn't know what you were doing. Are you streaming?
Yes. I told you yesterday we were doing a VSChat.
I just didn't know that you would sit in an empty channel like this, that anyone could join and say certain words on your stream.
No, I usually cut the microphone out when I have to walk away from the microphone, but I had the headset on, but I was doing a pantomime just now to demonstrate a point of an argument I was making. Yes, the chat could hear you the entire time.
I thought you'd done something so you couldn't hear people on Discord.
No.
I should do this more often. I mean, I should not get you banned from... Chat, if you're enjoying this stream, throw us an unsubscribe, dislike the video, and report it for hate speech. Thank you in advance.
But yes, I do this frequently. Whenever there's a video, this is what we were talking about the other day, because you came through, and we were doing the react, and we enjoyed you coming through. It was fun. Whenever there's a video that I believe the topic deserves to have more focus, we present it to an open stage where people can come through and be able to talk on the subject matter with me and go through it. Because it is the audience, or rather the content that we are viewing, versus the chat room. The content versus chat. Versus chat. So it gives them the opportunity that if they want to have an opinion, they want to be heard, they can communicate it. And of course, there are moderators that if somebody were to do something really... I know you're joking, but if there are people that we believe that they're just going to come in and spam whatever they want to get their word in edgewise as like a way to disrupt the stream, there are moderators that are immediately standing by to cut that down. But
I mean, that's a reactive measure, but you would still have a few seconds at least of them saying whatever they wanted on your stream.
Yeah, anyway. But you have rocks room for it. What the implicit trust here is that people know how to behave on it, so they don't do that. If I believe that it would be the kind of issue that a person would come in and do that, there are locker rooms that exist for that.
Well, I understand that, but is your server open to the public?
It is, but we also have... There's a rule...
Literally anyone in the world.
Hold on.
There is... Hold on.
Remember when you came into the server and you saw that you had an inductee role that had to be taken away and then replaced with a different role? Random people joining in can't do that.
Okay. So you do have to approve them first?
Yes.
And how do you know whether you should approve them or not?
There is a bot that checks it against the stuff. Ow, I'm sorry, my tooth chipped randomly in the middle of the stream. There's a bot that checks their media presence. And we usually cross-reference it between people that if, let's say, like the other day when I was showing you that person that randomly decided to start ranting at me for 4 hours, trying to tell my wife that she needs to leave me because they're toxic, we usually cross-reference to see who that person is. So if it's somebody that we obviously banned on Twitch for being harassed in that way, and they try to join into the stream, or they try to join the server, we cross-reference it and we see whether or not that person is to be trusted. That's what we do there.
So you rely on them volunteering that information in their profile rather than just using a blank alt?
No. I have a system that does it through a blank, but they can also present it.
There's no way to know for sure whether some account is trustworthy.
There's not a hermit way. We usually just go by feel.
And yeah, fair enough. But if you go by feel and you feel they shouldn't be trusted, but they should have been, then you disenfranchise someone from your community. And if you feel they should be trusted, but they shouldn't have been, they can say anything on your stream they want with impunity.
That's all I have locker rooms.
There's no way to get that close to 100%.
And that's why there's locker rooms. I did not think that our person would come through and do such a thing. But if they were to, there are voice chat rooms that they would not be able to access that higher people of trust could. We have it covered, though. Trust me, Horror's on it, I'm on it, the rest of the Discord team, moderator team of mine is on it. We got it covered.
Best of luck.
Okay. Are you going to stay to discuss the topic?
I would love to answer whatever you're asking, but I can't tell what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I keep fucking my tooth, I apologize. Would you like to stay to cover the rest of the topic? We're almost done with this Jubilee video, but would you like to give your 2 cents on the topic matter if you want to?
I appreciate the offer. Perhaps another time. I need to go cook something. I just saw you in here and thought I'd see what the hell it is.
Okay, no problem. Oh.
So yeah, I think I'll head off for now, but I'd like to leave you with a closing thought, and that is.
Oh. He just randomly disconnected in the middle of the sentence. That was his look. But let's see here. We're at 5740. We're at 117. I need to go check the oven because I think this chicken should be heated enough that I can start seasoning it again. I'll be right back. Let me see it go to work. Let me see it get berserk. Ooh. He thought I was about to drop another N-bomb. He was doing a funny. I don't know. But the solution is to vet people personally over a long time, not rely on automation or active moderation. The problem is that, and this was a discussion we had the other day when I was there talking to him before that stream, that's why I was so exhausted. You can never be 100% sure. Automation will never catch everybody. You have to have people have the opportunity to fuck up. I try to go and rely on social cues and trust. I trust them to have the opportunity to show whether or not they want to be there or not. If a person were to come in randomly in the middle of the call and I'm not doing a pantomime and they just start saying the unmodified form of the N-word, they would be immediately banned. It would not even be a question. Horror's here, I'm here, another moderator that would have caught it would have been here, the stream would have caught it and would have heard the person saying it, I would have picked up on it, I would have seen the person's name, I would have banned them from that, and then I would start establishing who that person was to figure out why they were going to do it again and try to get away with it again. But at the primordial basis, I know nobody said it, that 100% is achievable. Actually, no, that is incorrect. He said that himself, that it's not 100%. But it's a system of trust, and it's a system of recognition. It's the same reason he has the rule about that test that he has in his own server. There has to be a system in which you do not just allow any random person just to come through and destroy and wreck up the place. And we obviously don't have that. We already have a role for both the people who need to be vetted and the people that we have identified them to be a problem and they're breaking the rules. Anyone has a few free seconds, but then they wouldn't. Because if I perceive that to be happening, I stop the stream, I delete the stream, I get in contact with my YouTube vet, and I get in contact with my Twitch vet. Someone's crashing into a box out there. My alarm company's here. To do it. Because if they try to get that over the margin like you're saying, it all has to be venerated by a moderator. I'm sorry. We're not going to discuss it further, Daily. We've already demonstrated the point. We got to get back to this. I'm sorry. I appreciate your opinion. You're more than happy to voice it, but on this matter, it's a done-data. We have the solution in order. All right, 5740. Create an hour of work and ruin your day's audience, sir. Take a break.
Okay, you're a fucking loser. This is smart.
Like some people, when they get changed, they get shut down, and now they proceed further into that negative, behavior because it's not something as Zach and everybody else thinks that's what's talking about. Race, like, that's part of
It's not a topic. And being like, okay, I'm doing something wrong. And this is the thing. It makes or breaks you. Not everyone's gonna win. We need winners and we need losers. The losers are the ones that shut down. Like, oh, I'm sad now. I'm gonna continue eating ice cream. Okay, you're a fucking loser. Stay over there. But there's guys that rise up to the challenge and say, you know what? I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that killer instinct where you use that as fuel. It's up to you how you want to do it.
You need to use your killer instinct as fuel. This is not a bad piece of argument, but it's also not a good argument to go off of. It is not a good argument to work on, but it's not a good argument to go off from. Because, yes, you should use your instincts and you should use your talents as a way to sauce out what you're going to do. But you should not just use it blindly on any fucking person you want. You shouldn't. It's 3 o'clock. You shouldn't. Right place, right time. Certain place, certain time. Why are you censoring based on disagreement? I didn't censor him. I timed him out. We're getting back to the subject matter at hand. The person would not drop it. I gave him a timeout. He's only timed out for 5 minutes. Because we can't go on about this in the middle of the subject matter. I want to finish the topic. It's derailing the stream. Huh? Yes, the streamer controls the topic. We addressed it. You literally came in and addressed it. Yes, you're right. That's why I'm confused. Who are you saying you have a cope to? Are you saying that to my moderator? Wait, pause. Back here, when Horror said we have a solution, did it before I could, bye Uzulu, best of luck. What is she talking about? What are you talking about? What was done to you? I don't have the context of what you're saying right now, because I'm assuming, were you banned by Horror inside of YouTube? Were you banned anywhere? That's what I need to know. Because I'm talking about when Wizard said what he was saying, that he kept going on, I gave him a 5-minute timeout. I'm trying to understand what the hell he's doing right now. So I'm confused. Anyways. Okay. I have to assume that he's having a funny. Because I'm assuming that he was arguing on somebody else's behalf. If his account is the Daily Wizard, then that's why he's saying that. I gave it a timeout because I perceived that it was the person who was going on in the argument. Just whatever.
The goal of the fitness, and there's guys that rise breaks you. Not everyone's gonna win. We need winners and overcoming it.
Because I'm trying to understand exactly the sequence and events what are happening. If that is if the wizard and the other person is the other person, then the reason I did that is because this is off topic and I want to be on the topic. Then you went to the This is why the system exists. Anyways.
Okay, you're a fucking loser. Stay over there.
Fitness industry to get people more fit.
But I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that killer instinct where you use that as fuel. It's up to you.
What is the goal of the fitness industry to get people more fit? Of course, that's a blanket goal.
It's not talking about and being empathy and being like, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. And this is the thing. It makes or breaks you. Not everyone's gonna win. We need winners and we need losers.
You need to use your killer instinct as fuel. But this is not about fitness, though. You need to use your killer instinct as fuel. You're telling them that they need to feel shame about how they do it. Everyone else expressed themselves about that they had to change their perception because of the event that they went through. You then say, no, I'm telling people what they really feel and what they won't tell you. Shame is something that you inherently feel about yourself that resonates with something that's already inside of someone else. Ultimately, other people can make you feel shame based on something that you say that they then answer to and something that resonates in you that then responds to that thing. You could just feel no shame and then not care. The inherence of care implies the want to understand and trust and connect. So when you say to him he needs to use his killer instincts as fuel, and he recognizes that it's not about fitness, and Myron keeps fucking going on, what exactly does the thing? What are you doing, Myron?
The losers are the ones that shut down like, oh, I'm sad now. I'm going to continue eating ice cream. Okay, you're a fucking loser. Stay over there. But there's guys that rise up to the challenge and say, you know what? I'm going to do better. I'm going to fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that.
They need to have that killer instinct to rise and surpass after you harass them about their weight. Inherently on this level, since we already established that you should not do that, that obviously doesn't work. That just leads to a bad outcome. So that's not about fitness. That's now about mental fortitude.
Killer instinct where you use that as fuel. It's up to you.
What is the goal of the fitness industry to get people more fit? Of course, that's a blanket goal. Of course. And we're saying shame and calling me a piece of shit doesn't motivate me to get more fit.
What we need winners and losers.
Myron is arguing something on a position of trying to control and grief people, specifically about mental fortitude. Specifically, widen a little bit. Specifically on mental fortitude. If you're weak, and I perceive you as weak, I'll run roughshod over you. I think that's how it's spelled. Roughshod over you. Suck it up. Become better than me. I misspelled your. Well, actually, no, I didn't. I mistyped. I didn't even type weak. Crazy. It sounds like Myron is encouraging fight motivation rather than fitness culture is an attempt to motivate via pride and ego. Not particularly. Because the problem is that this particular argument is not very good. Because when you're talking about doing something that's for your well-being, like health, trying to provoke somebody to be angry to reach the outcome of something doesn't actually help. Because really, no, Aqua's actually got it right just now. It's the get good logic. So ultimately, in the logic of getting good, if somebody presents you a solution to a problem, so for this, we can use my video from my other channel of some of my gameplay for this loop. Actually, we can go back to the Lorena the Mage clip. So in the example of gameplay, because I can tell you right now, this does not work one-to-one with reality. It doesn't. In the example of the Loretta the Mage clip, where I'm beating Loretta the Mage in 2 minutes and 3 seconds with a katana and a parry buckler, the entire focus about this is effectively, oh man, I'm having such a hard time learning how to do this thing. Hey yo bro, why don't you just stop being dog shit? Why don't you just get better? I mean, I need to take the time to learn how to deal with the situation. Why don't you just get better, bro? Just get better, bro. Bro, just get better. Just get better. That is the toxicity that they're addressing on the topic. Fitness culture can be toxic. That in and of itself is inherently toxic because it's aggressive, it's emotive, it is doing exactly the thing that I described here. It is using something inside you to resonate with something that feels inside of somebody else. Or in this case, something that they want to make resonate inside of you so that it becomes an even bigger reactant, because it's a social pressure reactant. By constantly going at them and then saying, bro, I'm just trying to make you better. Just use your killer instinct, bro. It literally is the get good, bro logic. Because what does that have to do with making better choices? If I want to make better choices, I need to understand it. I need to think with a rational, clear mind. Constantly trying to push me into doing something that is going to lead to a worse reaction. It's going to lead to a really, really bad outcome. Because the outcome is going to be based on how that person receives it. So, if you try to bully someone into fitness, and then you tell them, bro, you're just a puss, you don't really want to be healthy, they might actually relapse into doing worse actions because they will reject it. This was communicated by Tevin. They will reject it because they perceive the person who's getting the information as being untrustworthy for the thing they gotta do. It leads to a bad outcome.
No, you're losers. The industry, there's going to be losers. If you don't respond favorably to shame and bullying, etc., and you don't overcome it, you're effectively a loser.
Let's be clear though, you just said the right word, fitness industry. It is an industry, and it's to make money. It's not necessarily to get people into shape, it's to make money. So sure, there's going to be junctions along the way, like I'm a coach. There has to be tough love. Like if you're not doing the things you're supposed to be doing, I have to be a little bit harder on you. But that's not going to start your journey.
That's good. So, Eric, his name is Eric. Eric calls out this. You said it yourself. It's an industry. But I do need to use tough love to make a point or to help you get to your goal. But it won't start your journey. This, I think, is accurate. Ultimately, the same way that I am a content creator, and an influencer, what I do here is not necessarily something that will lead you onto the path of being a fan of me. Only your desire to be a fan is going to cause that. You wanting to see more from me, you wanting to hear more from me, etc., 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 etc. That level of specific pressure requires that acknowledgement because it's an inherent level of trust. The first level of trust is I walk into the gym and I'm not immediately being called, hey, yo, look at the fresh meat. The second level of trust is the, hi, I came here to get a service, and the coach doesn't immediately go, so what can I sign you up for, fatty? And the third level of trust is, coach, I can't do it. I can't lift another weight. Yes, the fuck you can. Yes, the fuck you can lift another weight. I can't do it. It's too hard. You think it was too hard when your wife said you couldn't lift up that box? Yeah, lock in, boy. Yeah, lock in. It's levels of trust. It's levels of trust through the process. Because that causes levels of comfort and levels of comfortability. It requires levels of comfort and levels of comfortability. You have to be capable of recognizing that. To recognize that, it requires an understanding of that. It doesn't happen from zero. So, no matter what you do, whether it be content creation, an audience, a community, or just getting people to sign up to your gym or to your coaching sessions, there is an inherent level of openness that you need to provide. You have to provide the space in which to do it. No matter what the rules exist over how it provides and how it is obtained, you have to provide the space. Once the space is provided, let me back off camera so I can get my point across. As the space is provided, put my hand right in frame, come on, a little bit, right there. When the space is provided, it creates the canvas for the opportunity that can be made. You have to be capable of creating the space first. No matter what the rules are that govern over it, the space needs to exist. And the opportunity for a person to put their hand in and say, hey, yo, +1 for me. If you cannot provide this space for it to happen, then, quote, no content can be created. In the concept of a stream, obviously, there's an audio component and a visual component. But if I do not provide the content, the critique, the personality, and the opportunity for all of that to be seen, as well as, right here, the chat room, and how it can be seen and heard, then what am I really doing here? But we're not talking about content creation. We're talking about health and fitness and how a person can make better choices to improve their life. If a person wants to get the help to learn, it is on the job of the gym owner. It sucks that she had to go. It is on the job of a gym owner, a fitness coach, or in the case of Wheezy, a sports clinic, a sports clinician, to help the player or to help the client achieve the outcome that they would like. If they want to lose weight, they have to be willing to provide themselves to the space, provide themselves to the process, provide themselves to the function. The same way any person who wants to join into something new has to prove their bones. There is a certain rule system, there's a certain behavior, there's a certain everything that you have to do in order to do it. Part of that comes with learning the rules that are there just by existing. But at the same time, it comes with the inherent level of needing to provide for it, exist in it. It can be annoying. One of the guys next to the window. It can be annoying in that level. Yes, sports therapist. It can be annoying in that level, but it's an inherent form of bones that you have to make. You have to pay your dues, to be treated like everybody else equally. If you try to skip over the rules, obviously you will be caught. If you try to abuse the rules, you'll obviously be caught. So you have to provide the space in order for the thing to exist. You can't control it with a tight gripped fist. There has to be some level of openness. There has to be. And you can't just have the littlest amount. You have to try to control over everything. Because even there, here, side of the screen, that is content. If I try to control for that, I provoke and prevent myself from receiving whatever that causes. To a degree. Here, Myron claims, no, I need to use social pressure at all times to basically bully you into doing what I want. And if you can't handle it, you ain't cut out for this. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Key. Eric then says, actually, no, there is a limitation. I do sometimes need to use tough love, but you have to already be with me. I can't pick you up using this. It's the same kind of existence that exists for gaming. To a T. And a very clear difference. You're not going to have a safe space in fitness. Because this thing has to do with ego, and it has to do with health and self-perception, which can already be fragile. Fitness probably does need to have some level of a safe space. And then there can be the side spaces that exist for that. Gaming can't behave on this function. Neither can creativity in the arts. They're supposed to be as cutthroat and shark-infested watered as anything else should be, with competition in life. Because, in the sense of the competition, you competing against another player and trying to win a match of League, or Smite, or a PvP match, or a fucking PvP death match, or a money match in old school RuneScape, you have to be able to, at the end of the day, to say, good fight. Because the toxicity is what leads it. And if the attitude of somebody, and I think I've communicated this before about full loot PvP, if the attitude of the toxicity is effectively to a person who has absolutely zero and nothing, is as they enter into that space, the first thing you do is you kill them and then you mock them by, ah, you just started a game, bitch! Why would they want to continue past that point? They wouldn't. They don't even have anything to take. You just took them for everything they have. The only thing they have left, pride. Or rather, not pride, dignity. Balance needs to be promoted since everything seems to be super rigid and iron-fisted or mad, do whatever. Great point. It is. Because, ideally, that's why people have safe zones inside those games. I mean, a safe zone is nothing more than a safe space. There has to be a place where, in this zone, PvP is enabled. But everywhere else, PvP is not enabled. Ideally. But again, society's not like that. It's a caveat you have to have in the back of your brain. It's part of game theory in life. We have rules in society that stop us from murder. Therefore, the outside world should not always be full loot PvP, where PvP is enabled. To describe it from the position of Pirate Software, when Thor talks about how he uses his devices, outside of a system that he has set for himself to protect his security devices, he considers every single thing that he can plug an Ethernet port into a PvP situation, where PvP is enabled. Because anybody can enter his system, can hijack his system, can validate his system, can break his system, etc., 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 etc. So, you take the precautions. You try to protect yourself as best you can. And you try to navigate those troubled waters. Same thing exists in life. Same thing certainly exists in content creation and videos and blah, 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 blah. And the same thing exists inside fitness. But fitness is even worse because it is fitness about how to improve your life and your standing and how to take care of yourself. You gotta be careful with those things. You can't just ignore them outright. And this is the conflicts that Eric's speaking to.
Journey, me being like, you're a fat piece of shit. Whereas like, if we get into it and we're 3 months in and you're not making progress because there's a lot of things you're not doing that we're coaching you on, then of course there's gonna be some tough love, there's gonna be some extra accountability. But I think there's a difference between accountability and tough love than just like shaming somebody into doing something, because that's not gonna create that like long-term ability to obviously achieve it on their own.
But Myron would prefer, you would prefer
Shaming is a component to get people to be accountable.
We also want to know when shame motivated you to be better.
Me personally? Yeah. I mean, I'm speaking in general here. As
No,
far
no,
as, like,
don't speak
shame
general,
working,
speak.
The moderator calls him on what he says. Finally, somebody challenges him on this. Myron says, I'm just speaking in general. I'm just speaking generally. Shame is a great motivator. Generally, shame is a really great thing. He says, okay. Speak on when you are motivated using shame. Oh, no, I'm not going to speak on that. I'm just speaking general. Please make him speak. Make him answer that. Make him answer that.
For yourself, personally. When did shame change your life?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I think every man growing up has been shamed to some degree where they're like, no, I need to improve this. Whether they grew up skinny.
You though. Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was skinny, right? And then I got picked on. And I was like, okay, I'm either going to let this define me or I'm going to overcome. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go to the gym and start training.
But does it work in any other interpersonal relationship? Like, have your parents ever shamed you, come down on you, made you feel like shit?
Absolutely.
Did you deserve all of it, 100%
No,
of
absolutely.
it?
Absolutely, they shame me, and I think that's fantastic. And I think that's a part of your parents' job is to shame you for your fuck-ups.
What about people in...
It's a part of your parents' jobs to shame you for your fuck-ups. He specifically used the words shame you for your fuck-ups. It is not your parents' job to shame you for your mistakes. It's your parents' job to do their best to teach you about the choices you're making and why they are mistakes, or why they're good, or why, even though they inherently don't have any risk to them, what the inherent risk that comes with them that is unspoken is. It's my job to teach my son to not smoke. Why? Because smoking is going to kill him. Why? Because it will give him cancer, and it will reduce his ability and his capacity for breath. But what if he wants to smoke, Carl? That's his choice. But it's my job to inform him of the consequences. It's not my job to just punish him and spank him because he didn't do something I wanted. That's a tyrant. That's what a tyrant does. The same thing applies to spaces in life. If I tirade myself over all of you in an audience, and I don't make it clear, here's the thing we're doing, here's what we're focused on, we're going to try to focus on that. I can try to address a side issue, but that ultimately also comes down to the, but you know that's what we're doing. And if you're not, let me inform you. And now that you're informed, would you like to be involved? All of those things are also a part of that. That's called being being authoritative, not being an authoritarian. There are degrees and designs of control that comes to all of it. But I think the issue is the most primal when it's about the question of something that you spawned and something that you're responsible for keeping alive that you brought into the world. A mother and a father's job is to teach their kids what will hurt them and what will help them. Why would I want to hurt my child outright, as selfishly as I could, for my ego? I'm not fit to be a father if I did that. It's supposed to be my job to teach them, not hurt them. And if I fail in that regard, then that's on me, and I have to consider that. It's much different if once Zulu starts to speak back to me, that he starts saying to me, Carl, you make me feel like this. And instead of conversating with him, I say, I don't want to hear it. I'm your father. Go to your room. That creates the most obnoxious level of toxicity can be believed. Chicken's done. It's a question of then coming down to do as I say and not as I do. Because in Myron's world, people should do as he says and not do as he does when he does it. Him and the other guy. Because animosity and judgment and shame should control you. It's your parents' job to shame you for your fuck-ups. But if it is, then you would be scared into choice paralysis because you're always scared of making a mistake. So it's very hard for you to start doing anything, which naturally is the point of why they brought up the subject matter. That's the same thing. To the people inside the fitness space, you are unto them a child that they have an opportunity to teach. They have to keep it open. They have to keep it inviting so that you can feel safe to attempt the journey. And once they have taken you under the wing, they still have to uphold said trust. If they don't, then they failed at their job. The same way that if I don't inherently create that space, create the opportunity, create that understanding, I failed at my job. There are also those that can go against it and just simply do things as they want to, but then that would not be my fault. But then I would still be held accountable, you see. I'm held accountable, but I'm not culpable, etc., etc., etc.
in abusive relationships with abusive parents who are now in no contact situations or anything like that. Not me, I love my folks, they're great. But like, just for the TV records, in case they watch it. Like, but I know a lot of people who are on like no contact. So that's all I'm saying is in the fitness world, I would rather be with someone who's trying to uplift me, trying to get me to improve, hold me accountable. Tough love, absolutely, I think is important. There's a total difference between tough love and shame.
Shame is a component of tough love.
Shame is only done with the intent to hurt somebody.
Well,
not to uplift.
we gotta reset.
That's fine.
I would not like to be on the other side.
I would not like to be on the other side. Finally, someone challenged him.
That's true for you. Come forward.
I'm very medium on this.
When I was in high school, they do graduation photos, and they had a saying, and my saying was, my worst nightmare would be if I gained 10 pounds of fat. Literally, grade 12, I remember it clear as day, I was already a competitive bodybuilder, and so to imagine being 100 or 200 pounds overweight when I tried my whole life to look kind of like this, I just couldn't imagine it. It would be a nightmare for me.
I agree. From like a health perspective, like being overweight or obese like, puts you at a high risk of developing chronic illnesses, and I think I wouldn't want to be in that position. And if I was in that position, I would do what I can in order to get to a healthier weight.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everyone gets to say their piece before I go. I mean, yeah, it's completely unacceptable to be fat as a man, man. It's completely unacceptable. It's just so many problems with it. I've been fat.
Completely unacceptable to be fat as a man. Crazy. So he's going last so that he can tailor his answers to other people. That's what's happening. Myron never opens first, because then that leads him open to being criticized. So he always goes last.
I'm skinny and I've been in shape, and I will pick being in shape every single time. Just like if you have someone that's rich or someone that's poor, they will pick being rich every single time. And the thing is that most fat people, not all, but most, have never even seen their abs, they've never seen what their body's capable of, they've never been actually happy with their physique. And once you get that taste, you're never going to want to go back. And then on top of that, you're going to want to go ahead and tell all those fat that you were once friends with, you need to get in shape. This is awesome. But the reality...
Once you get that taste of wealth, fitness, power, you will never go back. Remains to be seen. You'll never know how a person behaves until they're put in the situation. And even then, if you go into it with an outcome, looking for a desire, it can curb how that outcome comes.
We live in this crazy world where we coddle fat people, we coddle idiots, we coddle morons, and we don't hold anybody accountable, and we allow mediocrity to strive in the West. And I think we need to go back to shaming fat people, we need to go back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell, I put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising.
That's not a real opinion, but we're going to write it down anyways. If I were president, you're going to the BBW concentration camp. That's crazy!
Because being fat is completely not acceptable. I think people back in shape, because what people don't also understand is that fat people bring a big burden on the healthcare system. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease, etc. It's a big problem.
Do you really mean that, or are you just...
He's asking him. He's going to be very sad with what he's saying.
saying that?
Yeah, if I was president, maybe president, I would get rid of the obesity problem.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I don't think Myron believes it like it's the One Ring. Fatal. I don't think he believes in that way. Shame didn't work with you for that Chinese prostitute who almost trapped you, didn't it, Myron? True. But it's not Myron. It wasn't Myron, it was the other guy. But point still stands. Point still stands. Shame didn't help with that, did it? The only thing Shame did when the other guy got trapped by that girl was keeping his head on straight, because he was saying all kinds of things before she said she was pregnant, and she wasn't honest about it either. And yes, he did lose his shit. He did. You're 100% correct. Or you're 100% correct. Because for him, what happened to his friend was an embarrassment to him. He can't be able to benefit from the situation. It does nothing but hurt him, his perception, his ego, and his brand. So he tried to do everything he could to try and remind people, I'm joking! I'm joking! Hello, Claudia.
Problem like that. I find it interesting that they can lock us up in their homes for almost 2 years saying wear a mask, etc. But then I say, I'm gonna lock these dudes up in a concentration camp where we're gonna get them healthy too, we're gonna get them exercising, and I'm looked at as crazy.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess there's a distinction between having opinions about how COVID was handled and believing that all fat people should be in a concentration camp.
Yes, a concentration camp. Let me be clear. I'm talking about a concentration camp where they're concentrating on diet and exercise.
So I wouldn't necessarily want to go from one extreme to another. I also would not want to be spewing out stuff just to hopefully get a viral clip.
So if you could snap your fingers and look like any of us, would you not do it? Like, would it
I
not be
probably
worth it?
choose to look like Tyler. I want to go to a place where it's comfortable and it's healthy all around. I'm not doing.
Thank you, Devin. You have validated my argument. Tevin would be great at SinglePlayerCarl.
Doing things that could negatively impact me in a way to get to a place like that. Like, I've gone through that. I've gone through having eating disorders, from chewing gum and drinking water and starving myself in different ways to achieve something. Like when I was dancing, my dance teacher blatantly told me, if you don't lose a certain amount of weight, I'm kicking you out of the showcase. So what did I do? I resorted to everything that I could possibly do to cut pounds like crazy. And it wasn't sustainable. It really screwed with me mentally, but I was doing it. And of course, like, in the moment, it sort of felt good, but then I fainted in class one time. And that really, really sucked.
So I feel like he would switch sides.
Yep. He's saying he validated every single thing that I just said. He has validated every single thing I just said. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because at the end of the day, that's what it matters about. What matters is not what happens. Worse, even. Or actually, excuse me. What matters most isn't just what you do when you are challenged in the moment. What matters most is how you develop after the situation has happened. What controls your ability to do those things inherently is caused by what you are taking in, but also what you are hearing and perceiving, and what you calculate on when you meditate on it. My wife just told me some distressing information. It's all about how you perceive the information, how you deal with the shit when you're in the situation, how you think about it when you come out of it. Remember what happened to me in that situation where I was gaslit by those people. What mattered wasn't just how I processed that information as I moved through it. It also came through the conclusions I came to when I came out of it, and discussing it with the people who experienced that same situation with me, and the understandings that we came to as well. Because if I have to make the information based on myself, I can only make it based on my fucking conclusions. So each thing that I come to as a conclusion to this situation, I get from my instance. It's why when you play a video game that's competitive, you get what's called an after-action report. You get a summary of the final score of the game, and you get a VOD replay of what happened and how the goal delta changed over time, or how the opportunity of lead and loss changed over time. That's why when a video game that's based on a tactical skill does a time lapse for something like, say, PlanetSide 2, or any other video game that's supposed to be hundreds of players versus hundreds of players, it always has a time lapse of the fight over time, so you can see the back and the forth of combat, the move and the change. This is the same thing as in life. Life is all about a hit and how you get hit and how you recover from that hit. It's all about how you move in the situation and what you learn from moving in that situation. Because we are a species that is based on evolution and change and how we respond to situations and how we improve from them. Oh no, there's a car coming towards me. I'm gonna freeze. The car hits me. I survive it. Oh no, a car's coming. I'm gonna move out the way. We don't just do the same thing. Doing the same thing despite knowing the outcome of it is insanity. We're not an insane group of people, but we have the capacity to be insane.
Sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like he's obviously natural. He's natural.
That's what
I'm
I'm
obviously
saying.
not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way. And I mean, obviously, like I expressed, and I'm working on that. And I'm not saying that what you did was wrong. I really applaud the fact that you're saying to people like, hey, this was what my journey was. This is what it took. But I really don't advise that.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Like, excellence and comfort cannot coexist. If you want to...
Excellence and comfort cannot coexist. Excellence and comfort cannot coexist. When? For how long? Because I would argue that excellence and comfort can exist. Especially if what created your excellence came to you naturally. Especially if it's a talent. One that you worked at. Because realistically, when he says excellence and comfort, what he's about to say is he's going to say, you can't work at something and do nothing for it. You can't be allowed to achieve strength and physique and aesthetic by just sitting on your ass. But that's not what that's supposed to mean. If I can sit in this chair and entertain all of you, and it takes me no effort, but there's some Johnny-come-lately that they keep hitting a fucking roadblock in their career, it's like, God damn it, I wish I could be like SinglePlayerCarl. I could just sit on my ass and do it all the goddamn time. You can't. This took skill. It took skill to develop this, to sit in this chair, to deal with the situation, to be in those moments. It will continue to take skill to sit in that chair, to do these things, to be in those moments. Because it's a skill over time you have to learn. Because it's not just learning how to orate in front of an audience, and it's not just learning how to entertain and how to be funny and what funny is and what humor is, and taking a master class at Second City. It's also learning how to navigate yourself in social situations. Words are hard. It's also learning how to speak and not slur your words because you have a fucking chipped tooth. It's also about learning how to navigate social situations that you're being put in, both on camera and off camera, in situations you're putting yourself into, on camera and off camera, and how you navigate those situations. The lessons you come away from those situations that you were in, how you learn from what you did, having the temerity and the understanding, and also the resolve to see it through to its end, and to stand tall afterwards. If you say being a man is bullying other men, that's not true. Being a man is not bullying men. Being a man is being a man. Carl, what does that mean? That's a circular argument. Being a man means having to stand up on your 2 feet with your resolve and stand on a topic and speak about that topic, even if the people who are against you in the room are having you speak on that topic for the consideration of arguing on whether or not you deserve to fucking live. It means coffee. It means fighting, speaking, and understanding what you believe in, even if everyone else is going to be against you. It means having to deal with the adversity of excellence and comfort, and knowing that you cannot sit there and do nothing, and then still have the right to complain about your outcomes when you took no fucking chances whatsoever. And also knowing that you can put in the maximum effort, put in the maximum case, and put in the maximum attempts, and you still come away with fucking nothing. You still argue, feel, and deal, and suffer of nothing. It's how life works. Because it's not even about being a man. That's about being a human. A man has to deal with this. A woman has to deal with this. And unfortunately, both genders can deal with the same or similar, yet different circumstances. Period. What Tevin's expressing is that if he could be able to find a way to achieve Myron's physique, Eric's physique, Greg's physique, and I forget the other guy's physique, the other guy's name, his physique, without having to hurt his body, cause himself the pain and trauma that led to him to fucking faint, because if he didn't lose more weight, we're going to drop you from the company, you're too fat as a dancer, you need to slim down, motherfucker, then he would do it. Myron's about to hit him with the, well, pain, excellent. You can't be excellent without some pain, bitch. Okay, but then he just won't do it. Okay, then he's just not improve. Yes, that is his choice. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, Carl. Unfortunately. If I could give a person a piece of advice when it comes down to a life or death scenario, I could know that you in the chat room listening to me who's never said a single thing, if you don't lift up the toilet seat in the next 5 minutes, you will die. And by saying it, it will be so. And that person, exactly 4 minutes and 59 seconds, decides, fuck that guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And the last second that he doesn't do it, death shows up in his home. Shudder! I've come for you! I've come for your butthole! And he pulls a sponge off and starts running to the bathroom to put the fucking toilet seat down or put it back up. That's a form of adversity. That's a form of excellence. The excellence of saving a booty hole from not getting taken by like Butterbooey Cheat Reaper because he wanted to live in excellence and comfort. That's a case example where he's allowed to make that choice. I can tell somebody what I would like to do, what I would like to go towards, and they can say, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not, it doesn't require a really big emotional reaction, but it could. Annoyance, outrage, anger, severity, temerity, doesn't matter. Eso si quieres. SOCKS. It is what it is. You just gotta be able to learn to shrug your shoulders and be like, thanks God, I'll take this one under advisement. Real good character development from this arc. You just have to do that. But unfortunately, you can't wrap all that up, and excellence and comfort cannot coexist. I went too far back.
I mean, if you don't lose a certain amount of weight, I'm kicking you out of the showcase. So what did I do? I resorted to everything that I could possibly do to cut pounds like crazy. And it wasn't sustainable. It really screwed with me mentally, but I was doing it. And of course, like, in the moment, it sort of felt good, but then I fainted in class one time. And that really, really sucked.
So I feel like he would switch sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like, he's obviously natural, he's natural,
That's what
I'm
I'm
obviously
saying.
not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way. And I mean, obviously, like I expressed it, I'm working on that. And I'm not saying that what you did was wrong. I really applaud the fact that you're saying to people, like, hey, this was what my journey was, this is what it took, but I really don't advise that.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Like, excellence and comfort cannot coexist. If you want to be an anomaly and you want to be the trendsetter, you want to be the top guy, you got to be able to be comfortable being uncomfortable. As far as like weight loss, because you said I'm just saying things to get a viral clip, how would you deal with obesity problem?
Like I said, pouring life into people. How am I dealing with it? I'm sharing what it's taking.
Explain what pouring life is. Like, what would that actually look like?
As someone who creates content online, I share what it is that I do in the gym. I share my routine.
I share what it is that I do in the gym, and I share my thing online. Okay? That's fair.
Talk about like, hey, today was a shit day, but guess what? I pushed past that, and I just benched 405. That's more than I weigh. When I want to hang out with friends, if I know that my schedule does not allot me that time, but I know that I have this time during the gym, I'll tell my friends like, hey, pull up with me.
So you're inspiring others?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what if I told you at the camp, everyone's exercising together and they're inspiring each other?
But
Same thing.
you
Look, in the BBW concentration camp, everybody's getting that fat ass together. What you mean? Myron, you're a fucking clown. Oh my God.
approached it at such a negative way. Like, you approached it from a place of shame, and like, most of us have blatantly told you that shame didn't really work. Shame is what led me to an eating disorder. Shame is what led me to unsustainable weight loss. When what we're looking for is stability.
And then there's the other compressor clip. Jubilee, you knew what the fuck you were doing. You brought Myron Games on this goddamn show. I'm telling you right now, you niggas knew what you were gonna do. You knew what was gonna happen, and you let it happen anyways. Shame on you motherfuckers. Is it content, Carl? I mean, yeah, but shame on you motherfuckers. Oh my God. What an obnoxious way to put an odious person in the middle of a situation he should not be in. Because even if it provokes a good conversation... Actually, no. I take back what I was about to say. By bringing Myron here in this situation, you bring to life every single thing that all of these individuals, all 7, it's not just 1, not 2, not 3, not Kevin, it's in like 4 other people, all other 7 people, and probably his chat room, are fully against positions that are being presented by him. Fully against it. Because if you argue about excellence and comfort existing, what do you define as excellence and what do you define as comfort? In Myron's position, as he just fleshed it out, excellence is when you push yourself, and comfort is when you do nothing. I would argue that excellence should be, I know what I can do, I know how I can do it, I have a vision, I have a mind, I have a goal, and I know that it works. So I'm going to keep doing this thing, this way. And comfort would be, I have no idea what to do, so I'll do nothing. That's what excellence and comfort is supposed to be. I take risks versus I take no risks. if I take some risks, maybe not all the risks, maybe I don't maximize out to 110%, but I'm doing 69%, I should be able to be rewarded for that 69%. This is the content creator influencer problem, you see. Some of them maximize content. They do the wrong things the wrong way and go about things in the wrong argument and do things in the wrong capacity. They fuck people over. They have relationships specifically to try and get ahead, and then they break up or with their girlfriend or boyfriend after they've gotten the clout that they need from them to be able to build a career off of them. You don't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. Same thing that applies in that applies in other situations in life, especially in the workplace. But that's not to say that you should be able to just coast through your job. If all you want to do is just your job, okay, you'll have that job, but you'll never be presented a higher opportunity. You'll never create an opportunity for yourself to advance. If you want to be able to move up that level, because unfortunately, this is the concept of hierarchies, they have to move up the hierarchy by demonstrating and proving themselves. That requires risk and effort. If excellence required one to go beyond the realms of flesh and bone, would Myron be the first man to be put in the cyber ordinance? You'd have to bully them in them. You would have to bully him into him. That's what would happen. Using his own words, his own logic, his own statements, and his own argumentation, you would need to bully Myron Gaines into becoming the first sentient human android. He'd have to go far beyond. You would have to punish and bully him. All of society would have to bully Myron Gaines. Because that's what he said he would do. He said he would put you in a BBC. What you were about to say was devious, Carl. He would put you in a BBW concentration camp to make you lose weight on your fat ass. Put him into a We Love Cyborgs camp and bully him into changing his fucking physiognomy. Get inside the brain coil, Myron.
Whose fault is that you decided to go on a sustainable route with dieting?
So if I was given a timeline that I needed to meet and I'm trying to figure out, without also having the tools to do so the proper way, and I'm just grasping at straws on how I do it, yeah, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, so whose fault is it that they chose an unsustainable route to lose weight? That's your fault.
Huh. Now that we know the context of the presser, who chose the unsustainable route to lose weight? This is such a crazy fucking answer. Because he doesn't have the information, he goes about it the wrong way. So, you blame him not just for not having information, but for not being an instant expert. Because you see, you'd think that's well, Carl, of course, he did go about it the wrong way. No, that's not what he said. Myron Gaines just tried to shame him by saying, you're not an instant expert. That's the subtext behind that. If you fell into that question in every single scenario that you can translate it into a situation for, that's what he's saying. Oh my god, I lost all my money in the stock market. I mean, whose fault that is for doing an unsustainable form of gambling on the stock market? Whose fault is it for not being an instant expert about finance? Oh no, my wife and I lost the baby. Whose fault is that for trying to biologically fucking reproduce? Whose fault is it for not being an instant breeder? Your genetics are dog shit, bro. Like, why didn't you just take all the fertility medicine that you possibly could? It's such an extreme, and it goes to such an obvious extreme, that it, on the face of itself, is clearly obnoxious. If society is your master is a buffoon. True. It's such an obnoxious way to go about it. Hey, this guy sounds like a low-tier god. You have to remember, Avalon has made low-tier god into a character. It's not his true opinion. Myron's not playing a character. This is Myron Gaines, at the center of his being.
You're a professional victim. I don't know if you caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame others for your inadequacies and why you're fat. The reason why you're fat.
I haven't blamed one person for where I am.
Yeah, because you're always like, oh, my boat's tough and all this other stuff. The reality is this, man. You eat too much.
I'm trying to figure out where these misconceptions about me are.
Again, you can say whatever you want to say.
And I said, you're searching for
He's trying to be like, bro, I'm just trying to... come on, guys. You don't have to do this. Like, Myron has been trying to trigger Tevin. Because I guess he identified the trigger to be the easiest person to trigger. There's an entire argument about that. Tevin, confused about the fucking hostility that he's been bringing the entire fucking time. Also, yes, Tevin, challenge him! Yes, Tevin! Tevin's challenging Myron. And Myron is just spouting off a bunch of bullshit to try and yuck his yum.
Everyone has an excuse for why they're fat.
really sad.
And they can't accountability for why they're
really
fat.
sad.
We got to pause. Let's bring in our disagreement.
You guys are arguing so much. I forgot the prompt. What was the prompt again?
It was, I don't want to be on the other side.
Oh,
No, of course I would. I'm a curious person. I have been in much more traditional, like aesthetically pleasing shape in my past, but I've never gotten to like your guys' standards. And of course, I'm curious about anyone's life, like what it's like to walk through their shoes. So I don't see why I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I absolutely chose to, if I could, I'd switch. So when I was, my lightest weight was 273, I wasn't anywhere near you guys, but I had muscles, I felt really good about myself, and now that I've fallen back, I really like almost hate life because I got somewhere, got really close, and it was out of reach, and now I'm falling back and I gotta fight again. So if I could, I absolutely would switch.
What makes it hard to? Like, I don't understand. Like, you were 273 feeling great. How did you get back? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah,
Curious
no,
how
absolutely.
that happened.
So when I started my weight loss journey, I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I gotta do this on my own. I did all research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm doing.
Ooh, he shouldn't have said that. Ooh.
I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I gotta do this on my own. I did all research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Why not cutting weight? So eventually I hit enough plateaus.
Look at how Myron is behaving in this situation. He is harassing Tevin for not being an instant expert. But here, Rich, his name is Rich. His name is Rich. Rich is now expressing, oh, I tried to be an instant expert, and I still fucked up. I tried to go about it my own. I fucking slid down the plateau, now I gotta fight back again, bro. It's fucking struggle, but I ain't give up, though. Now Rich represents the argument of what he was trying to argue for, which is you should have been an instant expert. Is Myron going to say to Rich, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it for trying to be an instant expert? Because if he says that, then Myron doesn't have any single argument. He's just trying to piss people off. Let's watch.
I wasn't anywhere near you guys, but I had muscles, I felt really good about myself, and now that I've fallen back, I really like almost hate life because I got somewhere, got really close, and it was out of reach, and I'm falling back and I gotta fight again. So if I could, I absolutely would switch.
What makes it hard to? Like, I don't understand. Like, you were 273 feeling great. How did you get back? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah,
I'm curious
no,
how
absolutely.
that happened.
So when I started my weight loss journey, I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I gotta do this on my own. I did all research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Why not cutting weight? So eventually I hit enough plateaus where like my mentality was just breaking down.
yeah. No, I mean, I agree with the prompt of saying like,
Okay. He's only about poorly. He hit plateaus. And that's why he lost the weight. Or rather, regained the weight. His name is Abe. Let's see what Abe has to say.
I'm probably gonna go extreme like on your side of the spectrum and that kind of stuff. But I would like to look like Tyler. Everyone wants to look like Tyler. Tyler's the ideal for me, of what I want to look like. But I mean, I wouldn't be that short too. But
I'm just going to say it, the elephant in the room. Every fat person would want to be in shape. The problem
Every fat person would want to be sick. So, no, Myron's not about to tell him that he's at fault for his shit. He's not going to say the same shit that he just said to him. What a bitch. What a bitch. What a bitch. Oh, what a bitch. What a bitch. What a bitch. What a bitch.
is that they're not willing to do what's required to get in shape, hence why they are fat.
They're not willing to do what it requires to get in shape, and that's why they're fat. But Rich just told you that that's not why he's fat. What a bitch. What a bitch. What a bitch.
It's abundantly clear what you think. Like, we've talked about it. The next prompt is, your physique is in your control. Can the agreeers please step forward?
So long story short, in 2018, I got to my heaviest weight.
Okay, everybody walks forward and says your fatigue is in your control. Everyone agrees in this matter. We're getting close to the end of this video. I don't know how many more resets they have. But goddamn. Myron, what a hoe. What a hoe. What a content hoe. Obviously, you can do whatever you can do that you're willing to do to try to get across the line and achieve what you want to do. So, power is in your hands. But you have to empower yourself to get there first, I would say. You need to know what to do in order to do it. You can't just intrinsically know. There is no being an instant expert. You have to learn. You have to learn. And anything you try to do, you have to learn. Period. There's no getting around it. You have to struggle. In that conflux between excellence, and I wouldn't even say it's excellence, because it would be excellence, mastery, competency, unlearned, unaware consciousness, aware consciousness, standard beginner rookie. You want to get to competency. You're not trying to get to excellence. You're trying to get to competency. On that, you cannot go without being tested. You cannot go without being struggled. Everybody has to struggle in some capacity. Life is, in fact, conflict. When you go to the gym, the size of your muscles growing is a result of you tearing down and breaking your muscle fiber and building it back up by triggering the biological response for growth in your system. That's what a bodybuilder's job is supposed to be.
441 pounds, and I was depressed, like, I was depressed as fuck, man. Like, it was really hard. My weight had built like a cage around my mind, so even things I knew were good for me, I couldn't even like go for it because my mentality was so messed up. And it got to the point to where I had someone telling me, dude, you're gonna die, and that hurt, you know. And I just flipped things around. And I think one thing we haven't mentioned is accountability. I think that's the biggest thing. When I was growing up, my weight was always laying on someone else. I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much, and it's like, you can close your mouth, like I don't have to eat, you know. But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to.
Series of wrong choices, didn't handle myself correctly. What is Myron about to say? Is Myron going to repeat what he said to Tevin? Let's find out, chat! How much of a bitch is Myron Gaines?
I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very...
I have to eat, you know, but when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you gotta go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man...
Bringing it back to bringing a woman.
Must produce
I got to no one deserves to be like, people die from that, bro. Like, no one deserves to be depressed.
The reason why you feel depressed and it's a healthy response to you being fat is because it's your body telling you, like, wow, what are you doing? You need to fix this. You're sad because you're not going out there and accomplishing what you're supposed to do. It's your masculine duty to make money, to be successful, to lose weight, to be strong and fit, so that you can protect and provide for the people that you love. And when you're not able to do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so, because you're a fuck up.
Have you experienced depression?
Well, I've always been.
It's the same reaction every time! Have you experienced that? It's like it's rehearsed. Which it might be. Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Oh, it's so frustrating. It's not even entertaining. It's just fucking frustrating. Every single time he refuses to actually elucidate on anything. I'm not just making shit up. I'm just talking about facts. But have you ever experienced in your life? I don't experience things. I'm a super microcosm. I've experienced every single action. I can never have things. I'm above emotions. Nigga, come on. Nigga, be for real. Nigga, be for real. Be so for real right now, please.
I've had times where I've been sad and stuff, but I always get over it.
So you shouldn't speak on anything.
I think that's very insensitive to
yeah,
actually
people
have
deserve to be honest.
Depression most of the time is not real. No.
You're a clown! You're a clown! Obviously, people will not take Myron Gaines serious, but it is the purpose and it is the focus of SinglePlayerCarl that I need to explicitly show that this is not a person that wants a good outcome for you. If this kind of individual comes to you and tries to tell you that you should listen to them, you should ignore them. Clearly. You cannot take this kind of person seriously because they don't even believe what they're saying. Now, in Myron's heart of hearts, which is what I think is what matters, could he then say to himself, separate of this podcast, or rather separate of his time on the Jubilee's video, you know what, actually, I don't actually believe all the things that I said. I have some inherent confluxes about myself that I don't inherently believe that I do believe I need to address. But it's not important anyways. That's likely what I assume would happen inside of Myron's mind. He would ignore the hypocrisy of his statements, his beliefs, and his actions, and he would just keep behaving this way. Because, hey, you can't... Excellence and despair, excellence and comfort can't exist at the same time. You don't get depressed. Only losers get depressed. Depression is the result of a person not doing what they need to do in life. I do what I need to do in life. I make money. I get bread. I get bitches. I get head. Incidental rap verse. Doesn't even get past his cerveza. It doesn't even get past his cerveza. And if it does, in one ear, out the other. Barely human. Barely human.
That's what So this is flex.
A lot of the times when people are depressed, it's because of their own inadequacies. You're messing up
So
something in your life.
Is that an inadequacy?
He doesn't mean in all cases.
No, he's saying like the majority.
Say a blanket statement.
There's
like
always
that,
going to be
right?
exceptions, but I'm speaking generally in this context.
I'm speaking generally, but in this context. No, either you're speaking generally or you're speaking in this context. I don't give a fuck about motherfuckers who are being depressed right now. Right here in this room, right here, amongst these 7 other people, technically 8 other people, there is the moderator. In this room with these 8 other people, is it possible to be depressed but not, quote, deserve it? And he said, no. You deserve it. You felt the emotion, therefore you're guilty. Fuck you. It's crazy.
Because of being fat and why you were depressed.
That was the reason I was depressed. Go on.
Okay, but it's a component. You know what I mean? It was a response to your inadequacy as a man. And the thing is that we live in a meritocracy. I know everyone likes to run around and say, oh, everyone's equal and it's all equality for everyone. No, that's not how the world works. Why the fuck should I be treated equally?
We do not live in a meritocracy. Because if we lived in a meritocracy where the people who do their best and have the best ideas, the best concepts, the best performance and everything were to be the ones that performed, and everyone was provided the tools in which to do that, those that could not be able to succeed without underhanded behavior would not be where they are. We wouldn't have had 2 Bushes as a president. We wouldn't have had the people who have been in office be in office and still occupy those offices because there would have been term limits. Or there would have been regular sessions to vote for people that would have the position. And every single time, people who may deserve it don't get it, and the people who certainly don't deserve it get to have their 8th run at the seat. The world is not meritocratic. Our country certainly isn't meritocratic. Because if it were, we would not have so many diversity hires and all the other shit that goes along with what is effectively a fucking portmanteau of the civil rights. Where we have just pushed in equality laws that started out as a form of affirmation. Where by bringing people in, you gave them the position because look, they're a minority hire. They need it. We have to do it. Now, affirmative action, being as it is, there's a reason why it was necessary. Why the hand had to be weighed on the skate and tippet. Because it was an injustice. But then we allow that injustice to continue. And something that was intended to equalize the books now is used to unequalize the books. But that doesn't matter to Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines exists in a conflict of reality where what he says is just the truth. He can never be wrong. He can never lie. Because he never has the wrong truth. Because the universe will change itself to fit his fucking words and statements. It's crazy.
Someone who's fat, broke, not disciplined, and not as intelligent. It's a competition. Life is a competition.
Where are you getting the notions of...
Life is a competition. Life is a competition. Maybe. I wouldn't say that that's wrong in the general sense, but not in the explicit sense. Life might be a competition, but you're not always going to be competing against others. Sometimes you're competing against yourself. Anywho, hopefully this is the last subject. I don't want to hear Myron's voice anymore for like a day.
Where is that coming from?
If you look at depressed guys, etc., look at their life 9 out of 10 times. They're not going to the gym. They're not making the money that they're supposed to be making. They're not where they need to be. Show me a guy that's making money, successful, has a good set of friends around him, has a network, etc., that is depressed. You would rarely find that. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course.
There are so many examples of men that have all of the success in the world and they're not depressed. Or excuse me, they are depressed because they're not receiving something that they believe themselves to require in their life. I have all the money in the world. I have all the bitches on my dick. But the one that got away lives in my head forever. Angel of backshots, bring that to me. Bring me that coochie that I can receive. Or they have great professional success, but they're horrible at dating, and they can't seem to find a man or woman. Or they are capable of making a lot of money, but they don't have the ability to keep their fucking expending allowance for the week above or below a certain amount. You either spend too much or they spend too little, and they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to enjoy themselves. When they're in a quiet room, they can't have peace to themselves. They have to settle and disturb the quiet, or vice versa. There are so many people that they can have everything in the world and they're still not happy. I should know. Some of the people that have those things are the people who are the reason why I am where I am. My father was not content and happy with being a father, so he thought he needed to step out of my mother's marriage and do whatever it is he felt he needed to do here in the state of Georgia. And he dragged his family along with it and made us suffer the consequences of his actions. But did I let that choice and all other choices affect me? No. Do I talk about it from time to time? Yes. I'm allowed to. But you know what I'm not allowed to do? Bitch and whine and cope and say, oh, it's my dad's fault, I can't do anything! I can't fix my life, bro! You ruined me! No. I have to put on the big boy panties. I gotta put on the big boy bridges. And lug this big dick across the big chocolatey line of success. I gotta do it. But in that capacity, I am not alone. I'm not competing against every single one of you here. Not really. Not in the sense in which Myron is behaving. If we're playing a video game, yes, I'm your enemy. Yes, I'm going to try my best to win. But if I'm playing the game with you, you're not my enemy. Realistically, life is not a competition. It's an MMORPG with selective enabled PvP. But in the general sense, life is not supposed to be a competition. It's supposed to be cooperation. Joyful cooperation. But because there are people that want to win by all means necessary and they never want to be wrong, they never want to be contradicted, they always want to be heralded, they want to be a person who holds the power and the keys to the kingdom, they are the ones that make the moving and shaking decisions. They are the ones that control who will have and who will have not. People like Myron see the world as a competition because they are in a lifetime battle with themselves. It doesn't matter if it's the hand beast in the mirror. It doesn't matter if it's the shadow of his choices. It doesn't matter if it's the shadow of doubt in his mind. He is fighting himself. And so he decides to fight everyone else he sees. It's crazy. It's crazy.
There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. But in general, when you see the press,
he's still going. He's still going!
when you get depressed, a lot of the times it's because you're up into your body's natural response to being.
Has anyone here ever felt like it didn't have control over their body or their physique?
There's times where I felt like I didn't have the control I wanted, but there was never a point where I'm like, this isn't within my ability to do.
Yeah, I think we all go through stages, especially mental health.
You wish it was easier sometimes, but other than that, it's like, no, of course I'm in control of it. I know I am.
So, I've started a fitness journey. I've been smaller, I've been bigger. I used to be a dancer. This, really was what fueled me.
Okay.
Hit a depression.
T-minus till Myron decides to fuck with this man. He starts throwing hands. I swear to God, Tevin finna throw hands.
I turned to food as, something to comfort me. And I realized that I was spiraling, right? Started working out again, kind of fell off of it. But this year I told myself it was my year of renaissance, right? That I was going to actively make the changes in all aspects of my life, including my health, including what my body looks like and what my body is capable of. And so I've been doing that. Now, did that mean that I was any less of a hard worker? No. I fucking worked 3 jobs. 2 of them that I love, and one of them was a survival job to make sure that I'm able to continue doing what I love. So I go to the gym.
Insert the communist takes of, you shouldn't be forced to work a job. Your basic needs should be provided to you by the people who are willing to pay for it. On their dime, not yours.
Every single day after work. It doesn't matter what time I get off of work. It doesn't matter what things that I have going on after work. I go. But again, going back to assumptions, you looked at me and you made assumptions about laziness, about not caring about my health and things like that. When that's the complete opposite. I reached out, I got myself a trainer because I was like, I can't do this alone. And I told him straight up, these are the things that I want you to work on with me. I want to work on building mass, losing weight, but most importantly, consistency. And I feel like all of you guys can agree that that's what it is, right? Am I where I ideally want to be yet? No. But I also learned that I needed to love myself as I am right now and build those tools so that when I get to where I'm going, I can enjoy it that much more. Because it's a...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tevin has it the right way around.
labor of love.
It doesn't have to be a labor of love. Some people who are overweight, are they going to the gym? Are they putting the fork down? Are they doing the things they need to do? If they spend 14 hours a week doing cardio and eating healthy, they would lose weight. I spend 14 hours a week learning Spanish, even though I am horrible at it, but I'm trying my best. And if everyone else tried their best, we wouldn't see anyone morbidly obese on this planet. I don't disagree.
I don't think it's a labor of love in that capacity. Now, what Tevin said is a labor of love. He loves himself enough to give himself an opportunity and a chance to have a better chance at life. what Greg expressed just now is not a labor of love. Not necessarily. Because, of course, the first thing you should ask is, oh, you cool. You're learning Spanish? Why are you learning Spanish? Is it because your significant other or a child that you have is Spanish inclined? You want to learn their language so you can communicate with them better? You are going to go on travels on holiday, and you want to enjoy the beauty of the country that you're going to, so you're learning how to speak the language of that dominant culture? There are so many ways to approach that question. It's not just a labor of love, because this, again, goes back to the argument about the temple. Your body is a temple, and you want to be able to worship at it. You can't worship at a burnt down and desecrated temple. You could try to, but it wouldn't be as effective. So you need to learn how to do it. Tevin wants to do it for the right reasons. He wants to learn to speak Spanish for whatever his reason is, but he might not necessarily be doing it as a labor of love. He might be doing it as a biological imperative, in the sense of you're doing it for your survival. He's doing it for a purpose, even if that purpose isn't for pleasure. But at the same time, you're still making the choice to learn. You could have said, I don't need to learn. I already know English. That's all I gotta know. So since you already made the desire, you can already say that no, there has to be some level of passion in this. Maybe it's not to the extreme that you use the phrase labor of love, but you are making a choice. There is passion involved. Because if you weren't passionate about it, why'd you learn to do it? You had to care. Passion equals emotion equals a motive equals care. You had to care a little bit.
I agree with you all, but I think you said it's like you're spending 14 hours doing Spanish. For me, I still work out every week. I still prioritize my health, but there are other things in my life that do
Eat
take
half the
higher
calories, and you're going to be very skinny. Guaranteed.
That's the whole
I'm not
thing.
saying you need to. I'm just saying no one should make excuses.
And that's why we all sat down. I totally agree. It's within my, because I've gotten really svelte in my past, but I was at like my worst state mentally. Like didn't feel good. Wasn't prioritizing the things that meant something to me in my life, my career, my family, my daughter. Health is still super important to me, so I still work out, still lift, still do cardio, still hike, still bike, still do all those things. The amount of time I've had to spend in the past to get to that isn't worth it in my daily life. I'd rather spend that time putting
Also, would you agree, like looking at his physique, like he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy.
No, he's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese. Come on, you're coping there. Come on, no, stop it, no. No, stop it, no.
I mean, if you count BMI,
I'm not trying to put you on, I'm just being honest.
By a BMI standpoint,
There's a big difference between this weight and if you gain 200 pounds. But if you gain 200 pounds, you'll be like, why are you doing this to yourself? You know what I mean?
But I would be happy getting 200 pounds. That's kind of what I'm saying. I kind of found like a homeostasis where I'm happy and I feel healthy and I feel active and I feel like I can do what I need to do. All my numbers are in the right place, so I feel good. It's just it hasn't been a priority for me to go further.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's all balance. Halfway there.
I was going to say, I was in the same boat as him. I feel like myself, I feel comfortable with them right now. I've lost 100 pounds. And I can keep going. I can say, but like doctor says, everything's fine with you. You are obese. But I will never forget the doctor told me you're healthy obese. It was like blew my mind.
Healthy for being obese.
Yeah, so I needed just one health condition to qualify in their health insurance for a weight loss supplement for them. I didn't qualify. I had no high blood pressure, I had diabetes, I had anything else. So I was like, okay, well, I just want to lose weight because obviously as I get older, it's not gonna be like that. But I mean, practically, I know I have the control to get where I'm at right now or where I want to be, but I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You've finally gotten close towards the end of the video, but there's still so much time left. Please get Myron off my screen. I'm begging you.
I feel like what's sustainable is different for everyone, right? I think there's a way to weave in fitness in your life in a sustainable manner that might not encompass you losing a ton of weight. I think people kind of have different stages in life where they're focused on different things, and I think that's something I can completely respect.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, as long as you know that you have the agency to actually make that change, when the time comes, when you want to do it, like I don't see anything wrong with that.
I was very curious, out of show of hands, who here feels like after spending time in this space, you feel like you're closer to understanding the other side than when we stepped in the room?
I swear to God, if Myron raises his fucking hand.
A little surprised.
I understand it less. Literally. Like,
We run the risk of it blowing open again, but this was a super interesting discussion. One of the more interesting episodes I've been a part of. So thank you all. Thanks for sharing your perspective.
We can't risk it blowing open again because Myron's big fat mouth won't stop fucking harassing people on the goddamn panel. Well, that is what it is, ain't it? We made it, chat. We made it. And what's important is the experience that we had along the way. Look at how much we learned over the course of this fucking program. And the last stream as well. Lord have mercy. We learned so much. I would like to thank you all for coming out. Thank you for joining me for this VSChat. We will see you again. Same bat time. Same girl channel. And who knows what will be crazy that we get into next. I got some things that I need to do. Namely, I need to go prepare dinner. It's 4:16. I need to prepare dinner for my mother. So, I may be back later today. I might not be. I'll probably be doing video games if I do. I'm gonna see you cool cats later. Adios. Goodbye. So long for y'all. For you, my friends. Oh. Hurrah for now. Until my fat ass comes and sees you again. Goodbye, everybody. Good night, everybody.